Chapter 282. Under the illumination of the boundless pale white ice flame, Yang Qing's already white cheeks became even paler. He was like a lonely boat in a stormy sea, as if he would be swallowed by the sea of fire in an instant. Everyone thought that Fang Zhong would defeat Yang Qing in an instant, and at the same time break the reputation of the Xianmen Tianzong disciples who were invincible in the same realm. Several primordial soul realm experts could naturally see that Yang Qing's strength was actually not bad after he calmed down, but they did not expect that the final result would be like this. Fang Zhong, who was still aggressive just a moment ago, controlled the boundless ice flame sea and rushed towards Yang Qing. In the blink of an eye, his own ice flame sea changed and collapsed. It was really like the old saying, loud thunder but small raindrops. Others would think that Fang Zhong made a mistake in releasing his own magic, but the primordial soul realm experts and the Yuanying ancestors who were above the golden elixir period could clearly see that the reason why Fang Zhong's ice flame sea collapsed was because of the green water that Yang Qing had released before. The green water flashing with colorful light, after merging into the ice flame sea, quickly transformed into the appearance of the ice flame, but it did not merge with the ice flame or be swallowed by the ice flame. It simply became the appearance of the ice flame, but it was still under Yang Qing's control and retained the ability to act independently. Strictly speaking, it was more like a kind of mimicry ability, a kind of imitation ability, transforming oneself into the state of the opponent. The green water that Yang Qing released was not just pretending to look like the ice flame, but had completely transformed into the ice flame. It had all the characteristics of the Heavenly Pool sect's secret magical ability, the ice flame. However, the ice flame that was transformed by the green water was still under Yang Qing's control, and it could change back to its original state at any time. That green water is the lunar true water, right? Gambling Dao Master Zhuge Guang said in surprise. I have always known that the lunar true water has the ability to control water, but I have never heard of it having such a function. Dao Master Blue Thunder pondered and said, perhaps it has something to do with the fact that the lunar true water does not emit colorful light. The essence should still be the lunar true water, but after being refined by a secret method, it has developed a special magical ability. Lin Feng looked at this scene with a silent smile on his face. All things follow the heart. Extreme mantra. This was the Dharma spell that Yang Qing created after comprehending the 8 trigrams universal Great Way scripture that Lin Feng taught him and combining it with his own true Yin water Dharma power. Yang Qing used the lunar true water as a carrier and integrated it with his understanding of the principles of creation and transformation of all things in the 8 trigrams mantra of the Great Tao, and finally comprehended the all things follow the heart lunar incantation. In the process of perfecting the spell, he had also received Miao Shihao's help. After referring to Miao Shihao's supernatural state spell of the 4 arts of illusionary flowers, reflected moon, and sky true water's miraculous effect of combining all living things, he had finally succeeded in perfecting this spell. Yang Qing could now use her own true Yin water to imitate the opponent's magic power divine ability, and then mix her own magic power into the opponent's magic power. Then, she would cause the opponent's magic power to be in chaos, causing the opponent's magic power to collapse by itself. Under the right circumstances, it was most suitable for the weak to defeat the strong, and it consumed very little magic power. Of course, there were still many shortcomings and flaws in the spell. For example, it had to come into contact with the opponent's magic power in order to simulate changes, so it could only be used for defense and counterattack. Moreover, it was just a simple simulation and could not really analyze the principle of the opponent's divine ability. Therefore, it could only imitate the opponent's magic power at the time and could not be restored afterwards, so it could not really learn the opponent's magic power. However, Lin Feng saw great potential in it. As Yang Qing's cultivation continued to improve, his understanding of the Tao continued to deepen. If he could overcome all the above shortcomings, then he would definitely become a heaven-defying existence. Lin Feng was not the only one with such foresight and vision. At this moment, Shi Zongyue looked at Lin Feng and sighed. Congratulations to sect leader Lin for having another good disciple. Prince Anliang is too polite. Lin Feng smiled. At this moment, Chao Wei snorted coldly. What kind of Commander Wan Shui is this? He's simply a thief in the water. When Lin Feng heard this, he smiled and did not argue further. And Yang Qing in the hidden dragon pot, after breaking Fang Zhong's ice flame, took the opportunity to release his next spell. The rolling Tying true water poured down like a mountain torrent. It was the Tying mountain torrent incantation that Yang Qing had created after improving the mountain torrent incantation that she had learned from the cloud water cave. The principle was similar. Both were to explode one's mana and attack with full force. Yang Qing was very clear about his own weaknesses. He didn't have enough experience in fights of magical powers, and he wasn't proficient in manipulating magical powers. Therefore, the two magical powers he had mastered, the Lunar Flood incantation and the All Things Originate from the Heart incantation, did not require precise manipulation. Moreover, he used all his strength from the start, ending the battle as quickly as possible and knocking down the opponent. The shorter the time and the fewer attacks, the lower the probability of him making mistakes. Because of his lack of experience and skills, the possibility of the opponent seizing the opportunity was also smaller. Poor Fang Zhong, after his strongest ice flame was broken, finally regained his senses and prepared to regroup. However, he was directly drenched by the lunar true water that was like a mountain torrent. If it were not for the protection of the hidden dragon pot's restriction, his whole body would have been swallowed by the lunar true water and turned into nothingness. But even so, Fang Zhong was still battered and exhausted. The lunar true water had already damaged his foundation, and even his pill cauldron had been damaged. It might even affect his future core formation. Chao Wei looked coldly at Lin Feng. You really have good acting skills. Just now, you deliberately showed weakness and lured me into the trap, right? Thinking about it, you can be considered a dignified sect master. Yet, you actually played this kind of small trick. Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Lin Feng smiled indifferently. From the beginning to the end, I believed that my disciple would definitely win. Some people didn't have the foresight and took the initiative to propose a bet. Now that you've humiliated yourself, do you want to deny your loss? In the end, who's the one making a fool of himself? Chao Wei stared at him for a long time before saying coldly, If I'm willing to bet, I'm willing to lose. Since I dared to bet, I naturally dared to admit my loss. He waved his hand, and 100 drops of freezing cold dew flew out from the icy mist in the sky and landed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled up his sleeve and took away all of the freezing cold dew. As for Chao Wei's side, there were only a few drops left in the icy mist. Yang Qing came out of the hidden dragon pot. Her face was a bit pale. She returned to Lin Feng's side and bowed. Disciple was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Lin Feng smiled and said, Just like Master told you before, you must always remember that you're actually very strong. Even though you have this and that kind of weakness, it doesn't change the fact that you're very strong. What you need to do is to make yourself stronger and stronger. Yang Qing also smiled and nodded. Disciple will definitely redouble his efforts. Lin Feng waved his hand. Take a rest first. You still have additional gains this time. Yang Qing smiled and turned to look at the others. Tiny Tot and Zhu Yi both smiled and nodded. Wan Lin's usually cold face also revealed a bit of a smile. Yu Hongyan even gave him a thumbs up and smiled like a flower. Yang Qing let out a long breath and said to himself in his heart, I have to work harder. The competition continued after that. The one who attracted the most attention was Shi Shaoqian. This child indeed had the right to be arrogant. Even when facing a cultivator from Purple Cloud Path who had gone through the lightning tribulation, he was still able to defeat him easily. Moreover, it made people feel that he had obviously held back. Shi Shaoqian had cultivated a set of Taoist technique from the Scarlet Dragon Emperor's book that was passed down in the royal family of the Great Qin dynasty. He had gained quite a bit of experience from cultivating it, and its power was boundless. When Xianmen Tianzong and the others saw this, they all felt a slight shiver in their hearts. Lin Feng slowly said, Everyone knows that the Great Zhou dynasty has become more and more powerful in recent years, and its influence has continuously expanded. However, the strength of the Great Qin dynasty cannot be underestimated. Even though it has been hindered by the internal strife of various factions, it is still one of the top existences in the Divine Land. There are quite a few unique Dao techniques. In this spell gathering, if you want to talk about opponents, Shi Xingyun and Shi Shaoqian would be the first choice. After Shi Shaoqian left the stage, it was the turn of a northern militant cultivator and a Hua family cultivator to fight. In the end, the northern militant man, named Zamuzalo, won. Zamuzalo came out of the dragon concealment pod and looked at the gloomy Hua Chun. He said in a low and muffled voice, You're not the only ones who have experienced enough life and death battles. The northern wilderness is even more dangerous than the southern frontier. When Xiao Budian heard this, he smiled and said, This big guy is not bad. I like him. The others all smiled, and even Wang Lin smiled and shook his head. At this time, Yu Hongyan looked at Lin Feng. Master, I'm going. It was her turn to go next. However, Yu Hongyan could indeed be said to be the person with the worst luck in Xianmen Tianzong in the Foundation Establishment Stage competition. In the first round, Wang Lin and Yang Qing were both absent. She was the only one who had to compete. In the end, in the second round, she encountered the sword companions of the Sun Moon Sword Sect. Yu Hongyan asked, Master, should I go with third senior brother or fifth junior brother? Neither. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled as he pointed at Zhuge Fengling. You go with her. Yu Hongyan's eyes suddenly widened. Xiao Budian and the rest were also in an uproar as they looked at Lin Feng in shock. The most shocked person was Zhuge Fengling herself. She stretched out her finger in a daze and pointed at the tip of her nose. Me? Although they had not really fought before, everyone had more or less an idea. They knew that Zhuge Fengling, who was in the early Foundation establishment stage, was actually not very good at fighting. She was also not passionate about fighting, and the Dao techniques and magical powers that she cultivated were also not strong. If she and Yu Hongyan went up together, it was almost equivalent to letting Yu Hongyan face the Sun Moon Sword Sect's dual sword harmony alone. A flash of understanding flashed in Zhu Yi's eyes. Master, you suggested that the Sun Moon Sword Sect cultivators could participate in the competition in pairs and enter the top 8. The winners would have 2 spots to enter the ancient desolate sea world. Actually, you were waiting for this moment, using this method to let us bring Zhuge Fengling in? Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Xiao Budian asked curiously, But why? He glanced at Zhuge Fengling. There's no point in bringing her. If it's to make it easier to find treasures, we can just bring that little mouse of hers along. The reason why I suggested that was not only because of her, but also because of other reasons. Lin Feng smiled and said, That gold-digging mouse can help in finding treasures, but she herself can also play a role. Zhu Yi pondered for a moment. But How can we guarantee that we will definitely meet the people of the Sun Moon Sword sect? Chapter 283. Under the premise of not cheating, no one could guarantee that they would definitely meet someone from the Sun Moon Sword sect. After all, under Sun Moon Sword Venerable's insistence, the Sun Moon Sword sect still had 4 people divided into 2 groups and not 4 groups of 8. The probability of meeting them was still limited. However, Lin Feng had full confidence in his sect's disciples. Unless they were unlucky enough to meet each other early, Wang Lin, Yu Hongyan, and Yang Qing would have no problem entering the top 8. And the Sun Moon Sword sect's dual sword harmony was trustworthy to a certain extent. If the 2 groups also entered the top 8, then the probability of meeting each other in the drawing of lots was very high. As for Wai Xiao Badian, and the others brought Zhuge Fengling into the ancient desolate sea world, Lin Feng naturally had his reasons. However, it was not to be told to outsiders, because he was the only one who could see the data of the talent detector. Therefore, he was the only one who knew that Zhuge Fengling's other data was ordinary, except for her luck, which was as high as 9 points. She was a true lucky general. The many treasures she usually found seemed to be through her gold-digging mouse, but in fact, it was related to her own high luck, although Zhu Yi, who had full luck points, personally came out this time. As far as Lin Feng knew, the ancient desolate sea world was very large. If they had to split up, another person with high luck could still be of use. Taking a step back, if he doesn't draw the Sun Moon Sword sect's disciples in the end, or if the Sun Moon Sword sect's disciples aren't up to par, and are completely annihilated before the top 8, then Lin Feng won't lose anything. He can just treat it as a casual move. But now, it seemed that his luck was not bad. Yu Hongyan had drawn a disciple from the Sun Moon Sword sect, and at the same time, it was a very crucial competition for the top 16. As long as he could defeat his opponent, he would be able to get one more spot. Of course, all of this was based on defeating his opponent. Lin Feng was even glad that Yu Hongyan had drawn the lot. Bringing along a teammate like Zhuge Fengling, who could only slack off at the side, was no different from fighting 1 against 2. If it was Yang Qing, Lin Feng would really be worried. If it was Wang Lin or Yu Hongyan, Lin Feng would feel more at ease. Lin Feng had been encouraging Yang Qing, telling him that he was actually very strong. This was not a lie, but a fact. However, the concept of strength was always relative. It depended on who the reference was. Although Yu Hongyan did not really understand why Lin Feng wanted her to bring Zhuge Fengling along, the word fear did not exist in Yu Hongyan's dictionary. She immediately nodded. "I will go now." She turned to Zhuge Fengling. "Stand behind me and protect yourself." Zhuge Fengling revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Of course, of course. Her gold-digging rat lay listlessly on her shoulder and sent a telepathic message to her. "Fengling, can we not fight? The Sun Moon Sword sect's dual sword amalgamation is no joke." "Sure, why not? Go talk to that Senior Lin. If he agrees, it will definitely be fine." Zhuge Fengling frowned. The gold-digging rat's little ears twitched. "Fengling, why don't we find a chance to escape? It feels too dangerous if we continue staying like this." Zhuge Fengling hesitated. "Let's wait and see. At least if we can enter the ancient desolate sea world this time, there should be many good things inside, right? You want money more than your life." The gold-digging rat looked up and sighed. Lin Feng watched as the 2 of them entered the hidden dragon pot. He laughed in his heart. "I have to make the best use of everything. I can't waste it." When the others saw that Xianmen Tianzong had sent out Yu Hongyan and Zhuge Fengling, they could not help but be stunned. They all thought that Yu Hongyan's partner would be either Wang Lin or Yang Qing. However, after Yang Qing's clean turnaround, no one dared to underestimate the people who came out of Xianmen Tianzong. Silently, They first observed to see if Zhuge Fengling was also outstanding. Zhuge Fengling, who was being watched by everyone, cursed in her heart. She even wanted to die. This girl is also Sect Master Lin's personal disciple. The Solar Glory Sword Venerable's eyes flashed. With his cultivation, he could naturally see through Zhuge Fengling with one look. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. That's not the case. To be precise, this girl can only be regarded as an in-name disciple of mine. The Solar Glory Sword Venerable smiled. Just now, Sect Master Chao and Sect Master Lin made a bet. It made my heart itch, and I also want to bet with Sect Master Lin. What do you think, Sect Master Lin? Lin Feng smiled and said, Today, everyone learned from the gambling Dao sovereign. Sure, Zongyue, Blue Thunder Dao Master, and the others all had smiles on their faces. Zhuge Guang himself even laughed. He did not feel offended. Instead, he looked a little smug. He smiled. It's you guys that made my heart itch. Don't blame me, gambling lord. The Solar Glory Sword Venerable smiled. He looked at Lin Feng and said, My bet with Sect Master Lin is naturally a bet on the victory of the disciples. This is what I'm betting on. I hope Sect Master Lin doesn't mind. He flicked his finger and a golden light flew into the air. It was like a small sun shining brightly. Solar Essence Stone. Lin Feng stared at this small sun and carefully identified it. The Solar Glory Sword Venerable is really generous. The Solar Essence Stone and the Radiant Moon Soul Stone were the two most precious resources produced by the Sun Moon Sword sect. The former nurtured the purest sunlight essence, while the latter collected the purest moonlight essence. In today's world, the two treasures that contained the most sunlight essence were the Solar Essence Stone and the Solar True Fire. However, compared to the fierceness of the Solar True Fire, the sunlight essence contained in the Solar Essence Stone was much gentler and more suitable for cultivators to absorb. Under normal circumstances, the Solar Essence Stone was only the size of a grain of rice. However, the essence contained in such a small Solar Essence Stone was enough for a foundation establishment cultivator to cultivate for a long time. It would also take a long time for a golden elixir period cultivator to completely absorb the sunlight essence. The Solar Essence Stone that Solar Glory Sword Venerable used as the wager was 1 square foot in size. Even if it was given to a Yuanian cultivator to cultivate and absorb all the sunlight essence within, it would still take years as the unit of measurement. No matter what Lin Feng's motive was, he suggested that the Sun Moon Sword sect could use a duo to participate in the competition. The Sun Moon Sword sect had benefited from this, and Solar Glory Sword Venerable would owe him a favor. Therefore, he proposed the wager. He was not angry, but purely curious about why Lin Feng had so much confidence in Yu Hongyan, daring to let her fight 1 against 2. Lin Feng also understood this point, so he did not take advantage of Solar Glory Sword Venerable. With a wave of his hand, a piece of pitch-black fine iron flew out and floated in the air. It was a piece of dark light meteoric iron. Dark light meteoric iron was one of the 6 great rare metals in the world and was the best material for forging flying swords. As long as 1 tael or even a few coins were added into the forging of a flying sword, the strength of the flying sword would immediately increase by a level, and it would also have special uses that were different from ordinary swords. For sword cultivators, it was truly the most precious treasure. Solar Glory Sword Venerable was also very satisfied with this wager. In terms of value, the wager of both parties was more or less equal. Lin Feng said, Just like before, the prize that I win will all belong to the disciples who participate in the competition. Solar Glory Sword Venerable nodded. That's how it should be. As the 2 big shots finalized the wager, on the other side, Yu Hongyan and Zhuge Fengling had already entered the hidden dragon pot. their opponents were also in place. It was a young man and woman full of spirit and full of energy. Like all sword cultivators, the cultivators of the Sun Moon Sword sect were all aggressive. Not only was the male disciple Li Bingqing like this, even the female disciple, Zhou Yuhua was like an unsheathed sword, showing off her ability. After entering the hidden dragon pot, Zhuge Fengling did not need Yu Hongyan's reminder. She immediately hid herself in the mountains and rivers. She also really wanted to enter the ancient desolate sea world. If she wanted to enter, she had to guarantee that she could defeat the opponent in front of her. Zhuge Fengling's position for herself was to not be a useless teammate and drag the team down. She did not count on her to help, but it was fine as long as she did not make things worse. In this competition, she was hugging someone's thigh and hoping to win without doing anything. Her thigh was not thick enough, so there was nothing she could do. Instead, Yu Hongyan revealed an expression of approval towards her actions. After Zhuge Fengling disappeared, she did not waste any words and cupped her fists towards Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua. She raised the black flame halberd and directly attacked. Seeing this scene, Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua were a little bewildered. Zhou Yuhua said hesitantly, "That woman hid. Is she trying to launch a sneak attack?" Li Bingqing said, "Be more vigilant. Perhaps the path, technique, and mystique that she cultivates is invisible or natural. She specializes in sneak attacks during fights." Towards the straightforward Yu Hongyan, the two of them did not care too much. It was not because they were careless, but because they had at least the confidence they had in themselves to be able to reach this stage. Li Bingqing let out a long roar and used the sunlight swordsmanship that was passed down from his sect. With a slash of his sword, there was a burst of light, and it was as if he had turned into a blazing sun. Thousands of rays of sun-like sword light shot towards Yu Hongyan. Zhou Yuhua, on the other hand, took a step back and unleashed the moonlight sword Dao. Her entire body became indistinct, as if the bright moon in the night sky was covered by dark clouds. Only specks of pure, white sword light could be seen occasionally. In their team, most of the time, Li Bingqing was the main attacker, while Zhou Yuhua supported him from the side. However, after Li Bingqing attracted most of the opponent's attention, Zhou Yuhua would suddenly attack and cause more damage, becoming a more fatal threat. It was the same this time, but Zhou Yuhua was a little more careful. She was secretly on guard against Zhuge Fengling, who had disappeared, to prevent her from launching a sneak attack at any time. Her actions were seen by the spectators, and most of them secretly nodded in agreement. They felt that she was experienced and prudent, guarding against defeat before thinking about victory. She was indeed meticulous. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of Xiao Badian and the rest, they laughed so hard that they almost rolled on the ground. The surrounding primordial spirit big shots could not help but smile as well. Lin Feng also shook his head and laughed. As expected, there is a need for technique in slacking. He turned his head to look at the sunlight swordsmanship Venerable. The sunlight swordsmanship Venerable met his gaze and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I don't know my enemy well. I don't know my enemy well." Chapter 284. This pair of sword companions from the Sun Moon Sword sect had actually fallen into a misunderstanding. Their combination consisted of Li Bingqing's sunlight sword Dao attacking head-on, while Zhou Yuhua's moonlight sword Dao hiding at the side. She would either help Li Bing make up for his weaknesses or suddenly deal a fatal blow after Li Bingqing attracted the enemy's attention. In their usual battles, Li Bingqing would attack head-on, while Zhou Yuhua would hide and wait for an opportunity. However, Yu Hongyan and Zhuge Fengling's actions were too similar to theirs. Li Bingqing and Yang Qing instinctively thought that they were using the same tactics as them. Thus, When the two faced Yu Hongyan's attacks, they used at least half of their attention to observe their surroundings in case Zhuge Fengling suddenly jumped out and attacked them. While they knew that Zhuge Fengling was only at the beginning stage of foundation establishment, Wang Lin and Yang Qing's performance had already proved that the combat ability of Xianmen Tianzong disciples could not be judged by their cultivation alone. So, what was the person they treated so seriously doing at this moment? In the forest, Zhuge Fengling was sitting cross-legged behind a large tree. She was trying her best to hide her aura. She knew that the two of them were late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. If she made even the slightest movement or spiritual power ripple, she would be discovered. In Zhuge Fengling's understanding, in a 2-on-2 battle, the weaker one would be the first to be picked off. Then, she would focus on the stronger one. Thus, Zhuge Fengling, who felt like a weak persimmon, hid herself carefully. She was afraid that the other party would find her and kill her first. Xiao Jin, I've even stopped breathing. I'm in a fetal state. I don't emit any mana or hostility. Even my body temperature is almost completely locked. They shouldn't be able to find me now, right? Zhuge Fengling said to her gold-digging rat through telepathy, pleased with herself. The gold-digging rat lay on her shoulder. Its originally perked-up ears drooped down, and it also hid its aura. Receiving Zhuge Fengling's telepathy, it said seriously, "Shush, Fengling. The other party's cultivation is much higher than ours. We can't be careless. It's best if we don't even use telepathy." Zhuge Fengling also became serious. "Yes, you are right. I was careless." After saying that, she cut off all communication with the gold-digging rat. She focused on pretending to be a lifeless mountain rock, a piece of rotten wood that had lost its vitality. In this way, Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua really couldn't find her. Zhou Yuhua was a little annoyed. Even the last trace has disappeared. Where are you hiding? I hate that I have to divert my attention to deal with this Yu Hongyan's attacks. Otherwise, I would have been able to find her if I had focused on searching. Outside the dragon-concealing pot, Xiao, Budian, and Tunton were already laughing as they watched Zhuge Fengling pretend to be dead, and then looked at the Sun-Moon Sword Sect duo, who were on high alert. The corners of Wang Lin's mouth curled up. Isn't this considered unintentional? Yang Qing mumbled. Can this also be considered a kind of restraint? Yes, yes. Zhu Yi turned around, his shoulders trembling slightly more, and more people understood the truth, and suppressed laughter sounded from the crowd. The group of ancestors and elders of the Sun-Moon Sword Sect looked at the light projected from the mouth of the pot, their faces as black as the bottom of a pot. These two idiots! The Sun-Moon Sword Sect cultivators wanted to find a hole to hide in. A few Yuanying ancestors really wanted to rush into the dragon-concealing pot, grab Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua's collars, and tell them, "You two idiots, the person you're on guard against is a weakest rookie." With such a contrast, all of you are even more of a noob than you are. Sun Glory Sword Venerable's emotions did not change, but he did not know whether to laugh or cry. I've made a fool of myself. The other primordial spirit experts comforted him. You're too kind. You're too kind. You were just in the wrong for a moment. Inside the dragon-concealing pot, Zhou Yuhua was still trying hard to find Zhuge Fengling, but Li Bingqing could not hold on any longer. Yu Hongyan's halberd flew, and his attacks became more and more violent. He seemed to have turned into a ball of fire, wanting to burn the sun formed by Li Bingqing's sword light. Zhou Yuhua became more and more irritated. Whatever, if you don't come out, we'll use our advantage of 2 against 1 to get rid of this tough girl. Attack the enemy's weakness. Your fellow sect member is defeated, and you can't do anything alone. Let's see if you can still be so calm. A bright moon-white sword light suddenly burst out, like the clouds breaking the moon. Zhou Yuhua finally took the initiative to attack. She used the Moonlight Sword Dao to coordinate with Li Bingqing's Sunlight Sword Dao to attack Yu Hongyan together. Li Bingqing's Sunlight Sword Dao was activated to the extreme, and countless sword lights turned into a sky full of light rain that poured down, sealing Yu Hongyan's front, back, left, and right. Yu Hongyan frowned slightly. She sharply noticed that there were a few faint white sword lights mixed in the golden light rain. The white sword lights were faintly discernible, although there were less than 10 of them. The lethality of them shocked her, especially the golden sword lights that were mixed in the dense rain. Their positions kept changing, appearing even more strange and unpredictable, magnifying the threat by dozens of times. The laughter of the spectators outside the pot had completely stopped. Everyone focused on this scene and thought to themselves, the combination of the sun and moon swords is indeed powerful. Every foundation establishment cultivator was asking themselves, if I were in such an attack, would I be able to handle it? After thinking about it carefully, most people shook their heads. At this moment, they all felt ashamed for mocking Li Bingqing and Zhuge Fengling. The people of the Sun and Moon Sword sect, on the other hand, were elated. Everyone had a proud smile on their faces. In the hidden dragon pot, such an inescapable net-like sure-kill attack had such a huge pressure that the breath in Yu Hongyan's chest kept spinning, but he couldn't spit it out. The shadow of death in his mind kept expanding. However, under such heavy pressure, a smile floated on Yu Hongyan's face. Accompanied by this smile, a high-spirited and unyielding spirit surged all over Yu Hongyan's body. He let out a long roar and flew into the air. Instead of retreating, he advanced and faced the joint attack of the sun and moon swords head-on. I don't care how many people there are. If one comes, I'll beat one. If two comes, I'll beat both. The black flame halberd was waved by Yu Hongyan, tightly sweeping away the torrential golden sword lights. When the extremely fierce halberd was waved, it would occasionally change, becoming extremely light and agile. It drew a mysterious trajectory, forming a large net that accurately intercepted Zhou Yu's strange and unpredictable white sword lights one by one, as if it was capturing birds. The two halberd techniques of extreme hardness and extreme softness were displayed by Yu Hongyan at the same time. Combining hardness and softness, he forcibly received the combined attack of the sun and moon swords by himself. The sun and moon swords, the glorious sun sword Dao walked the path of hardness and fierceness, while the moonlight sword Dao walked the path of softness and softness. When the two swords were combined, hardness and softness were combined, and Yu Hongyan was alone, using the halberd to balance hardness and softness at the same time. He didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. The northern militant Swaxian prince's eyes lit up as he praised, with her current cultivation level, she's really not bad. He turned to look at Lin Feng. Sect leader Lin, your female disciple's talent in martial arts is really outstanding. Even a primordial divinity expert like him felt his eyes light up, let alone the others. All the spectating cultivators' gazes were focused on Yu Hongyan, who was fighting one against two. At this moment, the red-haired girl was like the sun and moon in the sky, seizing all the splendor. The great Qin imperial family's disciple, Shi Shaoqian, looked at Yu Hongyan with a strange light in his eyes, nodding continuously. Although it caused everyone to exclaim in admiration, how could Yu Hongyan be content with passively defending? She let out a clear whistle, her body releasing red air masses that seemed like wind, yet not wind, like fog, yet not fog, flashing with a terrifying red light. The expressions of the primordial divinity experts watching the battle changed slightly. Infinite baleful qi. Once the infinite baleful qi was released, Yu Hongyan's aura skyrocketed again. The red astral wind fused with her own black flame mana, turning into a flashing red firestorm. The baleful qi was shocking, and it counterattacked Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua. Although their attacks were blocked before, Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua were not worried. After all, they were working together, and if it turned into a stalemate, they would definitely have the advantage in mana, and in the end, they would be able to exhaust Yu Hongyan to death. Moreover, if they defended for a long time, there would be losses, and they did not believe that Yu Hongyan would not make mistakes. But now that Yu Hongyan's infinite baleful qi was released, Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua's expressions instantly changed. After fusing with the infinite baleful qi, Yu Hongyan's mana was incomparably ferocious, and it suppressed them. Fighting 1 against 2, the result was that the two of them working together were actually unable to withstand it. We can't hold back, or else she will be able to take care of us alone. Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua looked at each other. Although their expressions were a little awkward, it did not prevent them from making the correct judgment in the first instance. The two of them chanted at the same time. Sun and moon combine, yin and yang intersect. The resplendent golden sword light and the gentle white sword light gradually fused together, becoming indistinguishable from each other, and turned into a pale golden bright sword light. The power of this sword light suddenly rose sharply, like fire being born with wind. Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua's mana surged unceasingly, promoting each other, as if there was no limit to its growth. The principle was somewhat similar to Xiao Budian's unlimited wind and lightning technique. Lin Feng, who was watching the battle, slowly nodded his head. At this moment, the twin sword combination of the Sun and Moon sword sect finally displayed its true power. Two cultivators in the late stage of foundation establishment exerted the power of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. The strength of a cultivator in the early stage of gold core was no more than this, and the strength of a golden elixir period cultivator of a large sect like the Sun-Moon sword sect was naturally not something that ordinary loose cultivators could compare with. The power of this sword strike of Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua had already surpassed the early golden elixir cultivator Wang Jianan that Yu Hongyan defeated on Cloud Traversing Peak. However, the current Yu Hongyan was also far from what she could be compared to before. The violent infinite baleful qi fused with Yu Hongyan's mana that had already reached the late foundation establishment realm at the tip of her black flame halberd. It turned into a huge storm that continuously rotated, forming a bottomless black hole. A huge suction came from it, as if this part of the world was about to collapse into this black hole. Chapter 285, Void-Destroying Divine Spear. After Yu Hongyan cultivated the 8 trigrams of the Great Way of Heaven, he created this remarkable martial arts skill based on his own understanding of the Tao. Now that he had combined it with the power of the boundless demonic qi, it was even more unstoppable. Even with Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua's dual sword amalgamation, they were still no match for it. The faint golden sword gleam that had reached the golden elixir period was directly crushed by the void-destroying divine spear. Faced with the powerful attack that tore through space, the hidden dragon pot automatically reacted and blocked Yu Hongyan's spear for the pale Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua. The outcome of the battle was clear. Yu Hongyan fought 1 against 2 and defeated the Sun and Moon dual swords. With this battle by the North Wind Sea, Yu Hongyan's name was completely known to the world. He became a young genius that everyone knew and a rising superstar of the younger generation. At the same time, he once again showed the world the strength of the Xianmen Tianzong disciples. He was invincible in a fight of the same realm. He was invincible in a one-on-one fight, and still won when he fought 1 against 2. Everyone who was watching the battle looked at Yu Hongyan, who came out of the hidden dragon pot with a complicated gaze. The red-haired girl was not very excited. Her expression was normal. After returning to her own Xianmen Tianzong camp, she bowed to Lin Feng. "Master, Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Well done. Yu Hongyan smiled. His originally cold face became much gentler. The little one patted Zhuge Fengling's shoulder and said in an old-fashioned tone, You did well too, although we all know that you didn't do it on purpose. Zhuge Fengling was still a little confused. She was focused on restraining her aura, afraid that the other party would discover her. Naturally, she could not observe Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua's movements. However, she was also very clever. She smiled and said, It's all thanks to Sister Hongyan. The little one flattered him. In reality, she was slightly older than Yu Hongyan. Although you're just a bystander, you're still a bystander with some skill. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. He thought to himself, It's just that Hongyan is really powerful. The last head-on clash has already proved that even if Zhuge Fengling did not cause the other party to panic, Hongyan does have the ability to fight one against two. On the other side, Solar Luminary Sword Venerable said with a graceful smile, Sect Master Lin's disciple is indeed extraordinary. As he said that, he was willing to concede defeat and very straightforwardly handed the Sun Essence Stone to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the Sun Essence Stone and said with a smile, In all fairness, this is also my disciple's fated chance. If it wasn't for the infinite baleful qi, the outcome would still be uncertain. The Solar Luminary Sword Exalt shook his head and sighed, Even so, it's 1 against 2. My Sun Moon Sword sect is rather ashamed. Great Qin King An Liang, Shi Zhong Yue, glanced at Lin Feng and said slowly, Solar True Fire, Nether Evil Light, Lunar True Water, and Infinite Baleful Qi. Sect Master Lin's sect is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. King An Liang is flattering me. Lin Feng smiled and did not explain further. Many times, the more fake and real, the more the opponent could not see through, the better the effect. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the group of big shots. Suddenly, his heart moved because he noticed that Chao Wei's gaze was on Xiao Badian. His gaze was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. As if noticing Lin Feng looking over, Chao Wei moved his gaze away and looked at the dragon concealing pot. Among the next pair of disciples to compete, there were people from his Sky Lake sect. Lin Feng frowned inwardly. What is this guy planning? Other than the Sky Lake sect's disciples, the other side was also a pair of sword companions from the Sun Moon Sword sect. Lin Feng patted Xiao Badian, who was still teasing Zhuge Fengling, and scolded with a smile, Brat, watch carefully. In your Golden Elixir Periods competition, the Sun Moon Sword sect is also a threshold that cannot be avoided. Don't blame me for not reminding you. In the Sun Moon Sword sect, the higher the realm of the cultivator, the greater the power of the dual sword harmony. It is not only because of the increase in personal strength, but also because the sword companions have been together for a long time. Their minds are connected, and their tacit understanding is better. The mana and sword light fusion are also more perfect. Lin Feng pointed at Yu Hongyan. Hongyan actually went to the mine for you guys. Xiao Badian shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, Master. I watched 4th Senior Sister's match seriously. He looked at Yu Hongyan and smiled. Actually, the best way to deal with the sword companions of the Sun Moon Sword sect is to defeat them one by one. Once they are separated, they will not be a concern. 4th Senior Sister definitely understands this. She just doesn't want to do it. Yu Hongyan faintly smiled and didn't say anything. It was just as the little guy said. She also knew that attacking in a roundabout manner was actually the best plan. However, because of her personality, she still chose to face them head-on in the end. While the master and disciples were talking, the battle in the dragon concealing pot had already reached its climax. Compared to Xianmen Tianzong's side, Where Zhuge Fengling slacked off and let Yu Hongyan fight 1 against 2, the Sky Lake sex duo was clearly more serious. Other than the main character, the person who came to help was also not weak. It was a disciple who was regrettably eliminated in the first round. However, the main character in the dragon concealing pot was not him, nor was it the sword companions of the Sun Moon Sword sect, but the Sky Lake sect disciple who drew lots to be his opponent. More than half of the Sun Moon Sword sect's attacks were taken by this person. Her strength was considered outstanding among the cultivators of the same level. Coincidentally, this Sky Lake sect disciple was also a woman like Yu Hongyan. With Lin Feng's current cultivation, he could tell at a glance that this woman was the same as Yu Hongyan. She was not even 20 yet, but she was already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Her talent in Dao techniques could be said to be extraordinarily high. It could be said to be at the level of a monster. I remember, her name is Dao Yuding? Lin Feng thought for a while, and suddenly thought of something. This surname is very rare. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked towards the camp of the Great Qin dynasty. At the back of the team stood a group of middle-aged cultivators. They were not the young heroes who were participating in the spell assembly, but the cultivators of the Great Qin, who were in charge of receiving the guests. Lin Feng easily found Dao Jiqiang among them. At this moment, Dao Jiqiang's expression was normal. He looked at the light and shadow projected by the dragon concealing pot. Like the others, there was admiration and admiration in his gaze, as if he was purely watching the battle. However, Lin Feng, who already had a guess in his heart, observed carefully. He could see that Dao Jiqiang's fists were trembling slightly. This showed that he was not calm at this moment. It was just that he was forcefully suppressing this excitement. Lin Feng said in his heart, "This is interesting." As far as he knew, the Sky Lake sect's way of doing things was somewhat domineering and evil. There was a rule in the sect that cut off worldly ties. This sect collected a large number of talented young children. Orphans were fine, but if the young children had parents or relatives, they would be secretly killed by the sect. If I'm not wrong, the relationship between Dao Jiqiang and that Dao Yuding is probably not simple. Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but he managed to avoid Sky Lake sect's cutting off worldly ties. This person has a fortitude and fortitude. I'm afraid he won't be satisfied with the current situation. Lin Feng observed carefully and saw that there were indeed some similarities between Dao Yuding and Dao Jiqiang. However, at this moment, Dao Yuding's expression was cold and stern. Although her appearance was elegant, it was completely covered by a murderous aura. Her lips were as white as paper, without a trace of blood. Not only did her cultivation surpass her current partner, but it was also above Fang Zhong, who was defeated by Yang Qing. She had a lot of Sky Lake sect spells at her fingertips, and she was quite proficient in them. Seeing this, Lin Feng already understood that Dao Yuding was the Sky Lake sect's trump card in the Desolate Sea spell assembly this time. Not only did she have to get into the top 8, she also had the heavy responsibility of reaching a higher rank. She was indeed quite strong, at least according to Lin Feng's observation, other than his own Xianmen Tianzong's disciples. Only Shi Shaoqian could defeat this girl. The others were not optimistic when facing Dao Yuding. Sure enough, the Sun Moon Sword sect suffered another tragedy this time. Originally, their dual sword harmony technique made all the participating cultivators turn pale at the mention of it, but no one expected that the 2 pairs of foundation establishment cultivators of the Sun Moon Sword sect would be completely defeated in the round of 16. When Dao Yuding came out of the hidden dragon pot, the Sky Lake sect's camp burst into a warm applause. The other people looked at the girl in white with admiration. Anyone could see that the Sky Lake sect's victory in this battle was at least due to Dao Yuding's contribution. Some busybodies privately spread that Dao Yuding and the previous Yu Hongyan were already listed as peerless beauties. Both of them became famous by defeating the Sun Moon Sword sect's sword companions. They were both talented, reaching Foundation establishment late-stage pill cauldron stage before the age of 20. At the same time, they were both rare beauties. One was as red as fire, the other was dressed as white as snow. When Lin Feng saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This is really February and August, the season of heat has come. Yu Hongyan didn't care about this. The little girl's attention was all on the new round of drawing. Dao Yuding's battle ended, and the top 16 of the Foundation establishment cultivators were announced to be over. The top 8 were all formed: Wang Lin, Yang Qing, Yu Hongyan, the Great Qin Dynasty's Shi Shaoqian, the Sky Lake sect's Dao Yuding, the Hu clan's Huichen, the Northern militants' Zamuzalo, and a young disciple of the Purple Sky Dao formed the top 8 lineup. At this time, everyone's gaze towards Xianmen Tianzong changed. 3 people participated in the competition, and all 3 advanced to the top 8. Of the 8 seats, Xianmen Tianzong alone occupied 3 seats. For a moment, there was no one in the limelight. Although Wang Lin and Yang Qing didn't participate in the first round, such a shocking result also let everyone see the strength of Xianmen Tianzong. This also made everyone look forward to the results of the new round of draw for the top 8. The attention of the people under Lin Feng was also focused on the copper bottle used for drawing lots in front of Dao Master Changle. Dao Master Changle shook the copper bottle and first drew out 2 names. The first one was Dao Yuding, who had just become famous, and her opponent was also very interesting, the Northern Militant Imperial Court's martial arts cultivator, Zamuzalo. The Sky Lake sect and the Northern Militant Imperial Court happened to be a pair of old enemies. Chao Wei and Northern Militant Prince Zhuaxian looked at each other, and Lin Feng could clearly see the sparks produced when their eyes collided. Dao Master Changle smiled bitterly and ignored them. He then drew out the next name, glanced at it, and slowly read, Xianmen Tianzong Yu Hongyan. Chapter 286. The second match of the third round. Xianmen Tianzong Yu Hongyan versus Xianmen Tianzong Yang Qing. As soon as this was said, there was a slight commotion in the venue. Everyone was talking about it, and some even looked at Xianmen Tianzong's group with gloating eyes. Who gave you the glory and arrogance? Now you're being punished, right? Among the top 8, Xianmen Tianzong alone occupied 3 spots. Such a strong and domineering performance really put a lot of pressure on many people. On Lin Feng's side, everyone smiled bitterly, especially Yang Qing. Her face was bitter as if she had swallowed a gold thread. Xiao Badian turned to look at Lin Feng and whispered, Master, could it be that someone deliberately tricked us? Lin Feng was also a little helpless. He shook his head and said, No, this time it's purely a matter of luck. Due to the influence of his previous life, Lin Feng was even more traumatized than them when it came to underhand manipulation in the drawing of lots. Therefore, although he knew that the Great Qin dynasty would not be so despicable, Lin Feng still subconsciously paid attention to Dao Master Changlu, Shi Zongyue, and the others. After all, the celestial sect of Xianmen's performance in this competition of Foundation establishment stage cultivators was too strong. It was as if they were going to wipe the slate clean and not leave any scraps for others. It was as if they were going to turn the desolate sea assembly into an internal competition of their own sect at any time. However, it turned out that perhaps some of the Yuanying stage ancestors and the Golden Elixir period elders had other ideas, but Shi Zongyue and the other primordial soul stage elders were still magnanimous. It was purely a coincidence that Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing were drawn together. Among the top 8, Xianmen Tianzong occupied 3 spots. The probability of them being drawn together was not low. Not everyone was unhappy. At least the Northern Militant Royal Court and Tianqi sect were cheering together. This is really the best way to draw lots. Zamuzalo stared at Dao Yuding, an ominous glint flashing in his eyes. Dao Yuding was dressed in white, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her expression was indifferent. When she came into contact with Zamuzalo's gaze that was filled with aggression, her icy cold eyes surged with fighting spirit. Shi Shaoqian was immediately drawn out. His opponent was the cultivator from the Purple Cloud Path. Both of them looked indifferent, but Shi Shaoqian was clearly more relaxed. His opponent's fighting spirit was intense. The people from Purple Cloud Dao were also celebrating. In the second round, Shi Shaoqian had eliminated the cultivators from Purple Cloud Dao and entered the top 8. Now, the group of cultivators from Purple Cloud Dao clearly felt that their chance for revenge had come. The candidates for the first 3 groups had all been confirmed, so the last group didn't need to draw lots. The results were already out. Wang Lin lowered his head as a cold smile appeared on his face. In the last match of the top 8, Xianmen Tianzong Wang Lin versus Hua Chun from the Hua clan. Hua Chen's murderous gaze also looked towards Wang Lin. The two of them muttered at the same time, "This is indeed the best way to draw lots." On the side of the group of primordial spirits, Northern Militant Prince Zuoxian and Tianqi sect Master Chao Wei had already started fighting. "Chao Wei, don't say that I'm bullying you. For this match, I'll bet a piece of Arctic cold iron. Do you dare to bet with me?" Northern Militant Prince Zuoxian immediately opened fire, targeting Chao Wei. Chao Wei said coldly, "I'm afraid that you'll go back on your words if you lose. If you want to humiliate yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. If you lose, I don't want your Arctic cold iron. I want your Northern Militant Royal Court's snow tassel. Do you dare to bet?" "You're very confident." Prince Zuoxian's eyes narrowed. "In that case, I want your Tianqi sect's Lenghua mirror." Beside him, Zhuge Guang sucked in a breath of cold air. "Prince Zuoxian, you're really ruthless this time." Prince Zuoxian laughed loudly. "He has already lost all his freezing dew. I don't have the patience to wait for 10 years for him to slowly save it up for me. I'll bet." Hearing this, Chao Wei's gaze became even colder. His gaze moved back and forth between Lin Feng and Prince Zuoxian. Lin Feng, who was unjustly implicated, glanced at Prince Zuoxian and thought to himself, "You look like a big brute, but you're actually very vicious. You're purposely rubbing salt into Chao Wei's wounds and widening the conflict between us. No matter if it's the snow tassel or the Lenghua dark mirror, they are both rare treasures. The wager of both parties this time is very substantial, already surpassing the wager between Lin Feng and the luminous sword venerable before. In terms of value, it was no less than the 100 drops of freezing dew that Lin Feng had won from Chao Wei. Dao Yuding and Zamuzalo entered the hidden dragon pot together. The two sides quickly began to fight. The two could be said to be evenly matched. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. The spectators outside the pot gradually immersed themselves in the battle. However, this was a battle between a beauty and a beast. Everyone's hearts leaned towards the winner, and they would definitely support the beauty more. This was especially true for the group of young cultivators. Most of their attention was focused on Dao Yuding. Lin Feng turned around and glanced at his disciples. He sighed endlessly. Why don't these kids of mine seem to be enlightened? However, after thinking about it carefully, there seemed to be a reason. There was no need to mention Xiao Badian. To put it harshly, he had not even weaned yet. Right now, most of his interest and time was placed on the sacred and great cause of eating. Wang Lin, on the other hand, was wholeheartedly cultivating. Other than cultivating, there was nothing else he could do. The pressure that his fellow disciples gave him was too great. He could not spare any attention to think about personal matters. Yang Qing's heart belonged to someone else. He was still thinking about his junior sister, whose life and death were still unknown. Zhu Yi, who was the most normal and had the most free time, appeared to be gentle and polite. In fact, he was the most arrogant in his heart. Ordinary girls could not enter his eyes. Lin Feng shook his head. Stinky brats, logically speaking, I shouldn't have to worry about things like picking up girls for you, right? Let's not talk about Yang Qing first. As for the other three, with your bodies, shouldn't there be girls crying and screaming as they throw themselves at you, and you can't even beat them away? Moreover, it's not just one or two, but a group or two. Lin Feng cursed in his heart while paying attention to the situation inside the hidden dragon pot. At this moment, the situation suddenly began to change. Dao Yuding's body began to emit a white, mist-like cold air. When this cold air landed on Zamuzalo's body, it turned into a raging fire. Zamuzalo was the most standard northern militant martial adept. His physical strength was extremely strong. His magic power had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times to strengthen his body. He was not even afraid of the ice flames that Dao Yuding had released before. He had directly used his flesh and blood to resist it. But now, when this cold air touched his body, it ignited into a raging fire. No matter how hard Zamuzalo tried, he could not extinguish it. His determined face showed a look of intense pain. When this scene appeared, everyone outside the pot was shocked. Those who knew immediately cried out in surprise, "Isn't this the Tianqi sect's burning ice flame technique?" The burning ice flame technique is an extremely powerful technique that only the Tianqi sect's Yuanying stage ancestors can cultivate. It is the Tianqi sect's treasure. It is so difficult that even the golden elixir period adepts cannot comprehend it. She, a foundation establishment adept, has actually managed to cultivate it. Genius, an absolute genius, a once-in-a-lifetime genius. The entire venue was in an uproar. Even the group of primordial soul powerhouses had grave expressions. Dao Yuding's current strength was still no different from an ant to them, but the potential that she had displayed was definitely worthy of everyone's attention. The northern militant prince Zhuxian's face was ashen. He glared at Chao Wei. "Consider yourself lucky." Chao Wei snorted coldly and simply ignored him. In the hidden dragon pot, Zamuzalo, who would not even frown even if he was cut by 1,000 knives, was now in unbearable pain. He even cried out in pain. Dao Yuding did not stop. With a cold expression, she struck Zamuzalo, directly knocking him down. The hidden dragon pot's restrictions automatically reacted and blocked this attack for Zamuzalo. However, the fire on the surface of Zamuzalo's body continued to burn. After coming out of the hidden dragon pot, Prince Zhuxian waved his hand and extinguished the flames. At this moment, Zamuzalo was already on the verge of death. Zhu Yi looked at this scene and frowned slightly. "Master, this ice essence burning flame, what is going on?" Lin Feng said slowly, "When the white fog-like cold air that she releases comes into contact with the opponent's magic power, it will turn into flames and burn the opponent's magic power. It will burn the opponent's magic power and use the opponent's magic power as fuel." The martial adepts of the Northern Militant Royal Court use their own magic power to constantly strengthen their qi, blood, and flesh. All of their magic power is dispersed into their limbs and bones. Once it comes into contact with the ice fog, it is equivalent to drawing fire to the body. The flames use their magic power as fuel. So no matter how you try to extinguish it, it cannot be extinguished. Lin Feng explained, this ice essence burning flame can almost be said to be a great nemesis of martial adepts who practice the magical power of the body. It is one of the weapons that the Tianqi sect uses to deal with the Northern Militant Royal Court. The reason why this technique has such a high status in the Tianqi sect is directly related to its ability to restrain the Northern Militant martial adepts. Yang Qing said in a low voice, "There must be a weakness, right?" Wang Lin thought about it and said, "The difficulty of practicing is one." Just now, those people said that generally only Yuanying stage martial adepts can practice this technique. Then I carefully looked at it, and the speed at which the ice fog dissipates is actually very slow. If one is prepared, it is very easy to avoid. Xiao Budian also said, the reason why the burly Northern Militant was hit was largely because he did not expect the opponent to know this ice essence burning flame technique. He kept seeking close combat, and in the end, he just happened to run into the opponent's technique. If he knew that Dao Yuding knew this ice essence burning flame technique, although the burly Northern Militant would still close the distance, he would definitely be more vigilant. The physical movement speed of martial adepts is very fast, and in a situation where one is prepared, one can still avoid it. Yang Qing let out a long breath. Then there is still a way to deal with it. Zhui nodded. Since it can only be practiced by Yuanying stage martial adepts, the difficulty of practicing it is one thing, and presumably it also consumes a lot of magic power. If one attack does not hit, it will be very difficult to have a second chance. Xiao Budian suddenly laughed. Fifth senior brother, don't think about that big sister for now. Think about how to fight with fourth senior sister first. Yang Qing heard this and immediately had a bitter expression, as if he was about to cry. Xiao Budian patted his shoulder. Fifth senior brother, you can't be thinking of directly giving up and guaranteeing fourth senior sister to enter the top four, right? He originally meant to be joking, but who knew that Yang Qing actually thought about it very seriously, and then slowly nodded. It is better to hide one's incompetence than to show one's incompetence. This is a good idea. Chapter 287. Listening to Yang Qing's answer, Xiao Budian was speechless. After a long while, he came back to his senses and patted his back unhappily. How can you admit defeat before even fighting? It's not a real enemy. Yang Qing said gloomily, fighting with fellow disciples, knowing that you will lose. What's the point of fighting? Lin Feng glanced at him lightly. Without actually fighting, who knows who will win and who will lose? Even if you know that your strength is not enough, you should not retreat. At least have the courage to fight. Besides, even if you fail, you can still gain something from it. Disciple was wrong. Please forgive me. Yang Qing took a deep breath and cupped his hands towards Yu Hongyan. Senior sister, please advise me. Yu Hongyan smiled. Please. Yang Qing and Yu Hongyan walked side by side to the hidden dragon pot, then heard Xiao Budian suddenly shout behind them. Fifth senior brother, fight well. If you really can't beat, then just admit defeat. You this guy? Yang Qing almost fell to the ground, turned around, and pointed at Xiao Budian speechlessly. Xiao Budian shrugged his shoulders. His face was as if it was a matter of course. Zhu Yi and the others all shook their heads and couldn't help but laugh. Strictly speaking, what the little guy said was indeed correct. There was no enmity between Yang Qing and Yu Hongyan, and their relationship as fellow disciples was not bad. If they truly weren't opponents, then there was no need for them to fight to the death. Entering the hidden dragon pot, Yu Hongyan smiled. Fifth junior brother, get ready, I'm coming. Before her voice fell, her figure flashed, and she had already rushed in front of Yang Qing. The black flame halberd dragged a trail of flames, smashing towards Yang Qing's head like a meteor. Although it was a contest of skills, Yu Hongyan did not have the slightest intention of showing mercy. Her aura was fierce, and she directly attacked. Yang Qing also had some understanding of this swift and fierce senior sister. He knew that her style was to attack directly, to gain the upper hand by making the first move, and to suppress the opponent with an indomitable momentum. And with her straightforward character, don't expect her to give up the initiative. Let Yang Qing attack first, and then fight back after Yang Qing showed her strength. If she did that, she would not be Yu Hongyan. Therefore, Yang Qing had already planned to defend and counterattack from the beginning, which was what he was best at. Flashing with colorful brilliance, tying true water appeared around him, facing Yu Hongyan's halberd. The all things follow the heart lunar mantra was not only effective against spells, it was also effective against martial arts. When the lunar true water came into contact with Yu Hongyan's black flame halberd, it began to imitate Yu Hongyan's transcendence energy. In the next moment, Yu Hongyan suddenly felt that she could no longer control the black flame halberd with ease, and her own power was in disorder. She knew that this was Yang Qing's magic, but she couldn't tell whether the power belonged to her or the spies sent by Yang Qing. All the power felt exactly the same. Even if she controlled her own power, she would still be affected by Yang Qing. The attack that could split mountains and rivers became light at this moment, and no longer had the power and momentum from before. It was disintegrated by Yang Qing. Yu Hongyan's subtle control of martial arts and power could be regarded as the top among Lin Feng's disciples, but Yang Qing would still find a loophole, which made her secretly admire in her heart. Fifth junior brother is usually quiet, but his magic is really difficult to deal with. Yu Hongyan's thin, sword-like red eyebrows suddenly stood up, and there was a faint flash of fire in her eyes. She suddenly held the halberd tightly, and a strange and overbearing red light began to flicker all over her body. The strong wind shocked the sky, and countless evil spirits surged. She had already activated her own infinite gangsha. The halberd of black flames drew an arc in the air, wrapped in the infinite gangsha, and blasted towards Yang Qing with an even more ferocious power. Yang Qing used the All Yu Hongyan mantra again, but this time she found that she could still imitate Yu Hongyan's own power, but she could not imitate the infinite gangsha that Yu Hongyan controlled. This discovery made Yang Qing slightly panic. He calmed down and understood in his heart, "Can't I imitate the power of the four divine winds?" It seems that the 7 great true fires and 6 great true waters can't be imitated either. Yang Qing thought, "I wonder if I can improve after I advance to the late stage of foundation establishment and condense the Tao cauldron." Yang Qing's mind was filled with questions, and her body floated backwards, dodging Yu Hongyan's attack. The All Yu Hongyan mantra could not block Yu Hongyan's infinite gangsha, and he lost the leeway to defend and counterattack. And this retreat immediately caused the momentum of Yu Hongyan's attack, which had been slightly interrupted, to rise again. Wave after wave of attacks attacked Yang Qing like a tide, making him dizzy. Under Lin Feng's tutelage, Yu Hongyan, who had the most combat experience, against Yang Qing, who had the least experience, let Yu Hongyan take the initiative, and Yang Qing basically could not fight anymore. Master is right. Indeed, one can learn something from failure. Perhaps because the opponent was a senior sister of the same sect, even though she was about to lose, Yang Qing's state of mind was still calm, and she was even actively thinking of countermeasures. In terms of changes, in terms of adaptability, I am definitely not senior sister's opponent. Even if I want to delay, it is impossible. Senior sister will not give me this chance. I can only give it a try. Senior sister does not avoid challenges, and if I fight her head-on, she will definitely fight me head-on. Although there is not much chance of winning, it is better than losing without any ability to fight back. Thinking of this, Yang Qing mustered up her courage, and the mana in her body surged. She mobilized all the lunar true water that she could control, and with the lunar mountain flood incantation's magic treasure, she launched a counterattack, attacking Yu Hongyan head-on. Sure enough, Yu Hongyan smiled. "Not bad, you have some backbone." She did not dodge, but raised the black flame halberd high, and after merging with the infinite Gangsha, it turned into a dazzling red flame storm, and met Yang Qing's final attack without retreating even half a step. In the booming sound, both of them were sent flying back at the same time. The result of this attack was a draw. Senior sister's cultivation level is high. I admit defeat. Yang Qing smiled slightly. She had already done her best, but she could only fight to a draw with Yu Hongyan. However, Yu Hongyan's strength was far from bottoming out. If she continued to pester him, she would not know what was good for her. To be honest, although Yu Hongyan's fighting style was domineering, she did not kill her junior brother. Otherwise, she would have used the Void Destruction Divine Spear. And Yang Qing would have been at a loss. Yang Qing had already done her best in this battle, and she had no regrets. The group of primordial spirit big shots watching the battle outside the pot also nodded. Yang Qing had indeed done her best. The disciples of Xianmen Tianzong were all extraordinary. If she had not encountered her senior sister, Yang Qing had a high chance of advancing to the next round. Zhu Yi sighed. It's a pity for fifth junior brother. If he was also at the late stage of foundation establishment, he could at least force out fourth junior sister's Void Destruction Divine Spear, and the outcome would still be unknown. Xiao Budian complained, "This stupid draw is really bad. If he didn't draw our own people, no matter who the opponent was, fifth senior brother would definitely enter the top 4. Wang Lin shook his head lightly. Not necessarily. That Shi Shaoqian is not simple. The other people in the top 8 of the foundation establishment stage, whether it was Dao Yuding and Zamuzalo who had already finished their battles, or Shi Shaoqian, and the others who had not started their battles, looked at Yang Qing with a more serious gaze. Except for Shi Shaoqian, who was relatively relaxed, the others asked themselves, what would the result be if they were in Yu Hongyan's position? After thinking about it rationally, no one dared to continue thinking about it. Now, they were all glad that Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing were drawn together. If the 3 people from Xianmen Tianzong fought against the cultivators from the other 3 forces, would there be an incomparably terrifying scene? Would Wang Lin and the other 2 all advance to the top 4? Among the top 4, if Xianmen Tianzong occupied 3 spots, then the spell gathering that everyone participated in together would really become an internal exchange between Xianmen Tianzong, the Yuanying ancestors, and the golden elixir elders of the major sects. All looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression. He was the creator of Xianmen Tianzong, the man in purple with an indifferent expression, who had single-handedly created this powerful sect that had already begun to show its brilliance. After Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing came out of the hidden dragon pot, it was Shi Shaoqian and the Purple Firmament Path's turn to enter. The people from the Purple Firmament Path all hoped that they could avenge their previous humiliation this time, but the final result disappointed them. Shi Shaoqian still won and advanced to the top 4 with his head held high. However, this time, Shi Shaoqian was forced to use his real skills. The Great Qin dynasty's top Dao technique was called the 5 Emperor True Dragon Scripture. When cultivated to the extreme, it would manifest the 5 elements light dragon Great Emperor's body. The 5 elements would circulate, and the true dragon would appear, dominating the entire Great Thousand World. Shi Shaoqian had always used the Dao technique from the Red Dragon Imperial Book in the previous matches, but this time he was forced to use his trump card. It turned out that apart from the Red Dragon Imperial Book, he had also cultivated the Yellow Dragon Imperial Book. At the same time, he had 2 great Dao techniques and had cultivated them successfully. For his age, his talent could be said to be extremely high. Lin Feng nodded as he watched. The great Qin dynasty's royal family's younger generation is indeed full of talents. Sure, Xiaoqian's performance was outstanding. Lin Feng saw Prince Onliang Shi Zongyue's face reveal a satisfied smile. It seems that Shi Xiaoqian is from the Prince Onliang bloodline. After the third match ended, it was time for the last match of the top 8. In the Hu clan's camp, Hu Chun walked out expressionlessly. He looked coldly at Wang Lin, then directly flew into the hidden dragon pot. Wang Lin also had a cold expression. Without saying a word, he walked into the field and jumped into the hidden dragon pot. Lin Feng glanced at Azura Dao's sovereign Huixiu, but found that Huixiu seemed to be indifferent to the match in front of him. His attention was more focused on the North Wind Sea. Inside the hidden dragon pot, Hu Chun looked coldly at Wang Lin. After watching the previous matches, I have to admit that the people from your Xianmen Tianzong are indeed very strong. Your 2 juniors are also very strong. But here comes the problem. They have such cultivation at the age of less than 20. But what about you? How old are you this year? 30 or 40? After so many years of cultivation, your cultivation still can't compare to your 2 younger siblings who are not even 20. Hu Chun unsheathed his long saber. Come, let me see if you have lived all these years like a dog. Chapter 288. Killing intent exploded from Hu Chun, intimidating everyone. Inside the hidden dragon pot, the green grass under Hu Chen's feet withered instantly. Their life force was obliterated by Hu Chen's killing intent. He pointed the long saber in his hand at Wang Lin, and his saber intent and killing intent locked onto Wang Lin. Then, several black saber chis in the air flew towards Wang Lin. Wherever these black blade auras passed, they brought with them a murderous and deathly aura. It was ominous. Facing the blade auras, Wang Lin's expression was calm. Mana flowed around him, and he suddenly entered the state of the Yellow Springs death state. This was a power that Wang Lin had never displayed in the past. Now that he was in the Yellow Springs death state, he was like the king of hell. His entire body was filled with the inky black aura of nirvanic death. The moment Hu Chen's murderous blade auras touched Wang Lin's mana, they disappeared without a trace. They didn't even make a ripple. The power of nirvanic death. Hu Chen's expression changed. If he was said to have killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, then the current Wang Lin was the master of hell. I heard you came from hell? Wang Lin looked at him coldly. His eyes were as dark as the abyss. In the end, Hu Chen was a cultivator who had experienced bloody battles of life and death. His temperament and willpower were far stronger than that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Right now, it was more that his magic power cultivation was insufficient. In terms of temperament and willpower, he had almost broken through the difficulties of life and death and had the potential to form his core. Mocking Wang Lin before the battle started was more of a psychological tactic. Now that Wang Lin's strength was beyond imagination, Hu Chun didn't lose his will and courage. With a roar, he swung his blade and advanced. Shura killing technique, Shura in thunder. Kill, kill, kill. Hu Chen's murderous blade auras turned into dark clouds filled with thunder and lightning. They rolled towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin pointed coldly. Finger of the Yellow Springs, reincarnation pointed. The 8 phenomena of heaven, earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, mountain, and lake appeared before Wang Lin. They arranged themselves according to the 8 trigrams and formed a ring of light. Hu Chen's Azura in thunder fell into the ring of light. The ring of light spun continuously, like the Yellow Springs River in the cycle of life and death. After swallowing the Azura in thunder, It released it in the opposite direction, attacking Hua Chun. However, this Yin thunder was very different from the one Hua Chun released before. It was infused with Wang Lin's own spiritual energy, and within the violent suppression, there was also a destructive force. Hua Chen's spiritual power in 10th realm was slaughter and death, while Wang Lin's spiritual power in 10th realm was destruction and nothingness, which was above his. Chen's mana in 10th realm was of death and death. With a muffled roar, Hua Chun was sent flying and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to turn over and get up, a great sense of terror suddenly enveloped his heart. It was as if the end of the world had arrived and all things were withering in despair. With a muffled roar, Hua Chun was sent flying. He landed on the ground and was about to get up. Suddenly, a huge sense of terror shrouded his heart. It was as if the end of the world was coming and everything was dying. In the distance, Wang Lin pointed his right index finger forward and said softly, "Finger of the Yellow Springs, Nirvana." Under the finger of Nirvana, everything turned into ashes and returned to Nirvana, no longer existing. It was not killing the opponent, but directly erasing the opponent's existence from this world. At this moment, Hua Chun truly felt the threat of death. At the juncture of life and death, he mobilized all his mana. His face was distorted. His eyes flashed with anger, slaughter, blood, madness, and many other emotions. I didn't expect you to have cultivated such a terrifying spell. If you had already established your beer and advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, I would definitely die under this move. Hua Chun roared, "But now you can't kill me." The black chi of the blade suddenly retracted and formed a solid ball, enveloping Hua Chun. At the same time the black ball was formed, the surrounding space became distorted as if it was collapsing inwards with the black ball as the center. The powerful suction actually caused the space of death formed by Wang Lin's finger of Nirvana to shake. A large amount of death chi was sucked into the black ball. The black ball was densely covered with countless purple electric snakes that were clearly visible to the naked eye. They crisscrossed and were full of destructive power. Shura Annihilation Thunderstorm Killing Technique. Following Hua Chen's murmur, the black ball rapidly expanded outwards. Like a roaring tide, the black lightning forcefully exploded the space of death created by Wang Lin's finger of Nirvana and continued to expand outwards. Outside the hidden dragon pot, the cultivators watching the battle were shocked. The Foundation establishment cultivators all had solemn expressions. The cultivators of the Hua clan have experienced bloody battles. They are indeed powerful. Their strength is outstanding. Even the cultivators of the Golden Elixir period were shocked. The strength Hua Chun displayed was enough to threaten the vast majority of early Golden Elixir period cultivators. On the northern militant imperial court side, the large man of the Golden Elixir period, Du Kuan, said to Zamuzalo, who had yet to recover from his injuries, "Although you also defeated a disciple of the Hua clan, if you meet Hua Chun, you will most likely lose." Zamuzalo's face was pale as he nodded. He had been a bit rash when he ridiculed the Hua clan. Inside the hidden dragon pot, Hua Chun used a secret technique to release a torrential black lightning that roared and broke through Wang Lin's space of death chi. "Die!" He roared and was about to control the lightning to kill Wang Lin, but he suddenly found that the magic power of his Shura Annihilation Thunderstorm Killing Technique had suddenly disappeared. In the space, there was only a black and yellow road that extended far into the distance. Hua Chun blankly looked around. As far as he could see, there was only darkness. He looked down and saw that he was stepping on the black and yellow road. His mind was in a daze. Countless images flashed in front of him. Hua Chun could recognize some of the images. They were things that he had experienced in the past. There were some images that Hua Chun couldn't recognize. He couldn't remember them even if he searched his memory. However, there was a familiar feeling, as if he had experienced them himself. In his confusion, from the soil of the black and yellow road, countless white claws suddenly stretched out, wanting to drag his entire body into the ground. Hua Chun desperately wanted to resist, but it was as if he was in a nightmare. His struggles were weak, and he could only watch helplessly as he was dragged into the ground. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. Wang Lin's cold face appeared in front of him. Before Hua Chun could react, he saw the ink-black power of death chi around Wang Lin suddenly condense into an incomparably huge palm. The 5 fingers spread open and heavily slapped towards him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Hua Chun's entire body was sent flying by Wang Lin's huge palm made of magic power. After spinning 720 degrees in the air, he fell to the ground like a rag. This was the result of the hidden dragon kettle's restriction automatically activating to protect him. Otherwise, Hua Chun would definitely be smashed into meat paste by Wang Lin's slap. Everyone outside the hidden dragon kettle looked at this scene in shock. They saw with their own eyes that after Wang Lin's finger of silence failed, he quickly replenished the road to the underworld spell as if nothing had happened. From the beginning to the end, he held the initiative in his hands. From the beginning, Hua Chun had no chance at all. He was completely suppressed by Wang Lin. His counterattack couldn't even obstruct Wang Lin. Instead, it only made Wang Lin's victory even more shocking and exciting. In the great Qin dynasty's crowd, Shi Shaoqian narrowed his eyes slightly. Only early-stage foundation establishment. In the Tianqi sex camp, Fang Zhong said hatefully, Xianmen Tianzong passed again this time. Hua Chun, that piece of trash, can't even beat an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. His Hua family is just SOSO. A fellow disciple, who usually didn't get along with him, sneered. Didn't you still lose to a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Fang Zhong flew into a rage. You, at this moment, Dao Yuding suddenly spoke. Quiet. As soon as she said this, the other foundation establishment cultivators of the Tianqi sect all quieted down. Fang Zhong turned around and glared at that fellow disciple. He didn't say anything. The other party also didn't say anything else. He was actually just taking the opportunity to attack Fang Zhong. Everyone knew that the difference in magic power between late-stage foundation establishment and middle-stage foundation establishment was smaller than between middle-stage and early-stage foundation establishment. Above the Qi Sea was a beer, and the magic power was more condensed. A cultivator's strength would increase by quite a bit. Above the beer was a pill cauldron, which was more of a preparation for core formation. The increase in cultivation strength was actually more limited. Seeing Wang Lin calmly come out of the hidden dragon pot, great Qin dynasty's king Anliang Shizongyue and Dao Master Chang'e quietly exchanged glances. The gazes of the two primordial soul powerhouses were rather complicated. Wang Lin's current strength naturally didn't attract their attention. What they cared about was that the disciples under Xianmen Tianzong all had different results in their cultivation of Taoist techniques. Moreover, all of them displayed admirable potential. So far, the 3 foundation establishment disciples who had already made their moves were Wang Lin, Yu Hongyan, and Yang Qing. Each of them had different characteristics. Although it could be seen that they all cultivated the same Taoist technique, the general direction was clear, and there were traces to be found. They were indeed from the same sect, but looking at it in detail, the difference was really too big. Wang Lin comprehended the power of life and death. Yu Hongyan, with only the cultivation of foundation establishment, touched the edge of the mystery of space. Yang Qing, on the other hand, comprehended the profound truth of the transformation of all things. Although the 3 of them all cultivated the 8 diagrams of the Great Way of Heaven, The direction they took was completely different. It was like on a big tree, there were three completely independent branches. But it happened that their roots were from the same source. It was rumored that Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and Tiny Tot, the three disciples of the Golden Elixir period, had different understandings of Taoist techniques. The fundamental Taoist technique of Xianmen Tianzong can actually be all-encompassing. At the same time, it integrates so many exquisite principles into one furnace. Moreover, they are all incomparably profound. This Taoist technique is really admirable. Tao Master Changel sighed and looked at the calm Lin Feng. To be able to create such a top Taoist technique, what kind of person is this master of Xianmen sect? Shi Zongyue also looked at Lin Feng with a rare, dignified expression. The rise of Xianmen Tianzong really has its reasons. It was not created by chance. Chapter 289. Not only Shi Zongyue and Tao Master Changel, but several other primordial spirit powerhouses, as well as the Yuanying and Golden Elixir elders under their command, were observing Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong and the people behind him with complicated expressions. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Usually, no matter how exaggerated the rumors were, most people did not believe it. However, after witnessing it with their own eyes today, everyone found that Xianmen Tianzong and his people were even more ferocious than the rumors said. Lin Feng took a look at his personal reputation and sect reputation displayed in the system and discovered that they both had different degrees of growth. This made him feel very comforted in his heart. The reason he brought his disciples to battle in a high-profile manner this time was to raise his reputation. After Wang Lin returned, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Good job. Master, please correct me." A smile appeared on Wang Lin's cold face, and he regained his warmth. Lin Feng pointed out a few things that needed to be improved in his spells. Wang Lin listened carefully and kept nodding. After pointing out Wang Lin's spells, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and looked at the horizon in the distance. There was a unique aura approaching the North Wind Sea. For Lin Feng, this aura itself was not very strong. At best, it was at the level of the late stage of Golden Elixir, but it was very unique. It was a kind of knowledgeable, full of knowledge, overflowing with talent that looked up to the world, respected the common people, and repelled ghosts and gods. It was very rare for a cultivator to have such an aura. Lin Feng's heart slightly moved. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Tao Master Changel stroking his beard and smiling. He said to Shi Zongyue, "He's coming." Shi Zongyue nodded slightly and said, "It's too late." Tao Master Changel laughed and said, "He probably overslept, but it's not too late." Shi Zongyue shook his head and sighed, "It's this bad habit." The other primordial spirit experts had naturally discovered the presence of these people and were amazed. Seeing the reactions of Shi Zongyue and Tao Master Changel, Lin Feng and the others were even more puzzled. Obviously, not only did Shi Zongyue and Tao Master Changlu know him, they were also very familiar with him. Moreover, from what they said, he was also going to participate in the Barren Sea Assembly. However, the problem was that even the few primordial divinity stage powerhouses had arrived on time, yet this person just had to be late. He was really putting on airs. Lin Feng and the others wouldn't go so far as to argue with a late Golden Elixir cultivator, but as the host, Shi Zongyue and the others would undoubtedly be greatly disrespectful and would inevitably lose face. But looking at Shi Zongyue, Tao Master Changlu, and Tao Master Gamble, not only did they not get angry, but they even seemed to be biased towards this latecomer. This made people have no choice but to look at this latecomer in a new light. The others also noticed this person sooner or later. However, since the primordial spirit experts did not say anything, they naturally did not say much. Obviously, there were many private discussions. Lin Feng and the others looked at each other and remembered that when Shi Xingyan came over to greet them, he had mentioned that one person who was qualified to be Zhu Yi and Tiny Tot's opponent was not there at that time. Now, it seemed that it was this person. Zhu Yi's expression was calm. He gently squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. There was already a figure appearing on the horizon, walking step by step towards the North Wind Sea. The person seemed to be moving very leisurely. Although he was late, he was still walking at a steady pace. The person seemed to be walking slowly, but in reality, the distance between his feet and the lakeside of the North Wind Sea was rapidly shrinking. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the crowd. However, looking at his movements and expression, he was still calm and composed. There was not the slightest hint of impatience or panic. What caught Zhu Yi's attention the most was that there was a faint pillar of qi above the person's head that led straight to the 9 heavens. The pillar of qi did not contain any magic power or spiritual qi. Instead, there were many faintly visible words. Upon closer inspection, one could see that these words formed a magnificent article. Great Qin Dynasty's new top scholar. Zhu Yi smiled slightly. Not bad at all. As he got closer, the crowd took a closer look at the person's appearance. They saw that he looked to be in his 20s or 30s. He was dressed in a long, dark robe with a green robe over it. He wore a silk scarf on his head and looked like a scholar. His every movement was full of scholarly aura. His appearance was not particularly handsome. He did not appear masculine, but he was not feminine either. He was simply very refreshing and amiable. When the young scholar arrived at the lakeside of the North Wind Sea, he bowed to the crowd and said in a friendly voice, "I am Jiao Junqian. Greetings, seniors and fellow cultivators." He smiled somewhat embarrassedly, but his tone was very calm. "I was greedy before and didn't want to oversleep. That's why I'm late. I apologize to everyone here." This person's attitude was so calm that it made those who wanted to criticize him unable to find any words to say. It was impossible for Jiao Junqian to make up a lie in front of several primordial soul realm experts. As he said, he really overslept. However, this rather nonsensical reason really made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. "Since you overslept, then you might as well not come," someone almost blurted out. However, looking at Jiao Junqian's calm appearance, they knew that Jiao Junqian would most likely not care even if they said it. It was even possible that he would not participate in the spell assembly and directly go back to sleep. Of course, Shi Zongyue and the other primordial soul realm experts of the Great Qin Dynasty would certainly not allow him to do so, from their current protective attitude. Unless Lin Feng, Dao Master Lan Ting, and the others investigated, this matter would only be left unsettled. The other primordial soul realm experts naturally would not lower themselves to Jiao Junqian's level. Instead, they all looked with interest at this cultivator of the golden elixir period, who was even more arrogant than them. Others might not be able to tell, but they could all see that this young scholar was extremely close to nature. His every movement actually gave off a feeling that was close to the Tao. "Dao," Master Changel coughed dryly. "Junqian, stand in the line. Next, we will draw lots for the top 4 in the foundation establishment stage." Jiao Junqian smiled and nodded. He walked in the direction of the Great Qin Dynasty's camp. Shi Xingyun stood in front of the line and shook his head with a smile. "Have you slept enough?" "Actually, I'm almost there," Jiao Junqian said and yawned. It was a rather rash action, but when he did it, it did not seem rude. Shi Xingyun looked in the direction of the celestial sect, 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 of the celestial sect over there. The young man in the purple robe is Zhu Yi, the second disciple of the master of Xianmen sect, and also the son of the great Zhou dynasty's Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Hongwu, and the previous Taoism world wayfarer, Meng Bingyun, Fairy Meng of Taishu Temple. Hearing this, Jiao Junshen's eyes lit up. The sleepiness in his eyes disappeared. I'll go say hello. Shi Xingyan smiled. Go ahead. When I mentioned you to them before, Zhu Yi also said that even if he can't compete in Dao techniques, he can still exchange knowledge with you. That still depends on how much knowledge he has. Jiao Junshen laughed and turned to walk towards Zhu Yi. Sensing Jiao Junshen's movements, Lin Feng turned to look at Zhu Yi. He saw that Zhu Yi's gaze was also fixed on Jiao Junshen. Arriving in front of the crowd, Jiao Junshen first bowed to Lin Feng. Junior Jiao Junshen greets the master of Xianmen sect. Lin Feng nodded and did not say anything. At this moment, Jiao Junshen straightened his body and looked at Zhu Yi. After sizing him up curiously, he asked, "You're also a scholar?" The concept of a scholar may sound vague, but to Zhu Yi and Jiao Junshen, it was clearly a very clear concept. Zhu Yi looked at him and nodded. That's right. Unexpectedly, Jiao Junshen's face revealed a very regretful expression. You're not good enough. I think it's better for me to compete in Dao techniques with you. There's not much meaning in exchanging knowledge with you. Hearing this, Lin Feng almost burst out laughing. Well, for Zhu Yi, this is a blatant mockery. Sure enough, when Zhu Yi heard this, his eyebrows slightly raised. He did not say anything and looked at Jiao Junshen with a faint smile. Jiao Junshen calmly looked at Zhu Yi and said very seriously, "You have today's cultivation level, just like other cultivators, by devoting yourself to hard work. Your talent is amazing, and you're only in your early 20s. In terms of cultivation, your talent is very high, ridiculously high. But your knowledge is not good enough. A true scholar reads, keeps his spirit, nourishes his qi, and understands the big truths of heaven and earth, not the small Tao of spells. Although you don't practice Tao techniques, you understand the truth of heaven and earth like cultivators." Jiao Junshen glanced at Zhu Yi. A true scholar, if he doesn't speak, then he will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, 10 years of studying hard. But one day he will understand the Tao. Normally, he doesn't practice Tao techniques, but once he starts to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, he will immediately step into a realm that ordinary people can't reach in their entire lives. The ancient sages never practiced Tao, but only read and learned. Once they have a sudden impulse, they will directly swallow a golden elixir. Hearing Tao in the morning, comprehending in the evening, forming the golden elixir in the morning, facing the thunder tribulation in the evening, achieving yuanying in one day. He looked at Zhu Yi and kept shaking his head. You're a talented cultivator, but you're not a scholar. I'm interested in competing in spells with you, but I'm not interested in competing in knowledge. After listening to him silently, Zhu Yi asked lightly, "Oh, nurturing one's qi, preserving one's spirit, understanding, and accumulating one's qi is not necessarily crooked. However, I wonder how far you've progressed." Shi Xingyun had also arrived in front of him. He smiled and said, "Brother Jiao, before participating in the imperial examination of the great Qin dynasty last year, you did not have any qi cultivation base at all. However, after the fall quarter examinations, your literary talent soared to the sky, and you reached the late stage of the golden elixir overnight." Jiao Junshen sighed, regretfully. "I'm slow-witted. I can't be compared to the ancient sages." His tone was sincere, and he truly felt regretful from the bottom of his heart. He did not sound like he was showing off at all. However, when he said it under such circumstances, it sounded very pretentious. Scholars really do despise each other. Lin Feng looked at his own disciple going head-to-head with Zhao Junqian and couldn't help but laugh and shake his head, his gaze landing on Zhao Junqian. So it's the successor of the ancient Confucian path. I originally thought that this branch of orthodoxy had already been severed. A hint of surprise flashed in Shi Xingyun's eyes. On the other hand, Zhao Junqian tidied his clothes and straightened his expression. He then bowed toward Lin Feng. Master of the Celestial Sect, you have a sharp eye. I'm indeed the successor of the Confucian sect. Chapter 290, Ancient Confucian Sect. Zhu Yi's eyes flickered as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. There was an ancient Confucian who started studying at the age of 3. He had never come into contact with any Taoist techniques, nor did he have any dermic powers. He only focused on studying. This old man lived for 100 years, which is considered a long life for mortals. When he was 103 years old, he was studying during a thunderstorm. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. 100 years of wisdom and talent fused into one furnace. He broke through 12 floors in a row and opened up his sea of qi. Following that, he built his beer platform and condensed a pill cauldron. At this point, Lin Feng was in awe. When he first saw this anecdote from the system, he found it unbelievable. The great Confucian formed a pill cauldron in the morning and formed a golden elixir in a short period of time. In the morning, he saw longevity. In the afternoon, he knew the heavens, and in the evening, he was perfect. Late at night, before the thunderstorm ended, the old man triggered the lightning tribulation and passed through it safely, forming a yuanying. Later, the great Confucian continued to cultivate, merging his knowledge with the great Tao of heaven and earth, creating a brand new Taoist technique. With this, he finally achieved the primordial soul great Tao and became free. The orthodoxy he left behind was the ancient Confucian sect, an eternal legend in the cultivation world of the divine land. However, as far as Lin Feng knew, the ancient Confucian sect had been annihilated a long time ago. The reason was simple. It was very difficult to accumulate the scholarly aura to achieve the Tao. To be able to use this method to enter the Tao, one had to be a world-shaking scholar. Even ordinary scholars who led the literary world for a while could not do it, let alone geniuses or child prodigies. Only a great writer whose name would be immortalized in history would be able to reach such a level. To put it bluntly, this was also a kind of cultivation method. Although it was said to be a day of enlightenment, the previous decades of hard work were actually preparation for building a foundation. Moreover, it was a method that was rather difficult to cultivate. Most people who cultivated this method would study for their entire lives, but in the end, they would only be ordinary scholars. At this time, Lin Feng looked towards Zhao Junqian, thinking, in that case, no matter if it's from the perspective of a cultivator or from the perspective of a scholar, this kid is a genius. At this time, Zhao Junqian's actual age was only in his 30s. Reaching the late stage of gold core at such an age was extremely rare in the history of the human cultivation world in the entire vast land of the Divine Land. In the current Qin dynasty, only Shi Tianyi, the dual pupils who dug out Xiao Budian's supreme spiritual platform, was faster than him. Taoist Qing, Jiao Tianyi, Xiao Tianyi, Yu Xiong, and said, Xiong of Tianyi, Shi, Tian, Dao, Qing, Xiu, and Tian, Yi, Tian, who was and said of Tian, Qin, Tian, Xiao, Run, Confucius of the Tian Dao. If you don't follow the path of the Tian Dao, then you can't learn. Learning is bad. Is this your reasoning? Zhu Yi moved his fingers and said calmly, You are the minister of the imperial court of the Qin dynasty, while I am just a commoner. I want to exchange knowledge with you. Even if you agree, I'm afraid you won't be happy in your heart. If your heart is unhappy and your mind is not calm, then there are only two results in learning. Either it will accumulate in your chest, and you won't have any literary thoughts, and the article you write will be useless. Or, when you vent this anger, the article you write will be full of energy and swallow the mountains and rivers. Jiao Junshin looked at Zhu Yi with surprise and nodded. To be able to say this, I have to look at you in a different light. You do have some knowledge. Zhu Yi laughed softly. If your talent is stimulated by me, then I will only be happy. I'm just afraid that your chest will be stuffed with grass, and you won't have any literary thoughts. But it doesn't matter. I will return to Tianjin City this year to participate in the imperial examinations of the great Zhou dynasty. After I finish, we can have a good exchange of knowledge. At that time, we can see whose knowledge is better. Jiao Junshin looked at Zhu Yi and said with a smile, "Oh, that's very good." Zhu Yi looked at him and then said, "Knowledge can be compared in the future. At this spell conference, let's first compete with paths, skills, and magical abilities. It doesn't matter if we can't draw lots together. If you are willing, we can have a private exchange." Zhu Yi's tone was calm. There is a saying that you and I, scholars, share. The Confucian sage once said, when three people walk together, there will always be a teacher. Back in the day, the Confucian sage once asked a child in his old age, "For us scholars, the more we know, the more we don't know. It's worse for a scholar to develop an overweening temperament than a lone man." Jiao Junshin stared at Zhu Yi for a long time. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. "Now, I suddenly hope that I can be in the same group as you, Brother Zhu." Zhu Yi smiled when he heard this, but did not say anything else. After watching Jiao Junshin and Shi Xinyun leave, Lin Feng turned to look at Zhu Yi and said with a smile, "Your exchange of words with this person has made your state of mind more clear. Now, you are on the verge of a breakthrough. You are only a thin layer away from the middle stage of the golden elixir, the state of knowing the heavenly connection." Zhu Yi nodded. "Master, you are wise. I can indeed feel that I have reached a bottleneck." He looked at Jiao Junshin's back and said slowly, "If I can defeat this person, I will be able to break through the barrier of that layer immediately." Jiao Junshin's visit was considered a small interlude. At first, the others thought that he would fight Zhu Yi in real life. However, when they saw that he had left so quickly, they lost interest. Everyone's attention returned to the drawing of lots. This time, they were going to draw lots for the top four in the foundational stage. Wang Lin, Yu Hongyan, Shi Shaoqian, and Dao Yuding could be said to be the best among their peers at their age and realm. Their abilities had been completely revealed in their previous matches. Everyone was concerned about what kind of combination the four of them would use in the duel. In particular, Wang Lin and Yu Hongyan were fellow disciples of the same sect. After taking 3 of the top 8 spots, the celestial sect of 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 the cell. Most people were actually hoping that Wang Lin and Yu Hongyan would be in the same group. Xianmen Tianzong was a monster. It was best to let them fight among themselves. Lin Feng also stared at the copper bottle in front of Dao Master Changle. If there was another internal fight, he would really curse. Tiny Tot. And the others were also a little nervous. They were still looking forward to the finals between Wang Lin and Yu Hongyan so that they could help their sect secure the first place in advance. In addition to Xianmen Tianzong's own people, there was another person in the audience who was sincerely praying that Wang Lin and Yu Hongyan would not be in the same group. Jiao Junchen looked at Shi Xingyun in surprise. How come I've never heard that you and Xianmen Tianzong are so close before? Shi Xingyun shook his head. I've heard about you for a long time, but today is the first time I've met you. Jiao Junchen asked curiously, but isn't the civil war in Xianmen Tianzong more beneficial for your cousin, Shi Shaoqian? Although I didn't watch the previous matches, I heard that the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong are really good at fighting. What's more, they are all outstanding. Shi Xingyun smiled bitterly. The only opponent I hope Shaoqian will be matched against is Wang Lin. He's the weakest. Jiao Junchen asked curiously. Unexpectedly, Shi Xingyun's face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. No, it's only because he's a man. Jiao Junchen was even more puzzled. So what? Shi Xingyun's face revealed an awkward expression. He said with some difficulty, My cousin is good at everything, but when he meets women, young and beautiful women, Jiao Junchen came to a realization. Judging from his usual cold appearance, it turns out that he's a man who has tender feelings for women. Then, he keenly noticed that Shi Xingyun's expression became even more awkward, which made him even more puzzled. What is there to be cold about? That was all taught by others. It's all an act. Great Qin's star Nebula Princess mumbled. In short, all the gods and Buddhas are watching over him. Even if he loses because of this, it's fine. At that moment, the results of the drawing of lots were finally out. In the semifinals, Yu Hongyan would be matched against Shi Shaoqian, while Wang Lin's opponent would be Dao Yuding. Shi Xingyun raised her head and let out a long sigh. It's over. On Lin Feng's side, Tiny Tot suddenly smiled. Fourth senior sister, that guy is looking at you. When Yu Hongyan heard this, she looked up and saw Shi Shaoqian staring at her. His gaze was very strange, and it carried a complicated and incomprehensible meaning. I don't care who he is. I'll still hit him with my fists, Yu Hongyan said indifferently after taking a glance at him. Lin Feng smiled and sent a telepathic message to Yu Hongyan using his transcendence energy. Yu Hongyan was a little surprised after hearing this. He turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded gently. Yu Hongyan took a deep breath and looked more serious. I'll remember Master's warning. I'll be careful when the time comes. On the other side, the disciples of the Tianqi sect looked at Xianmen Tianzong with unfriendly gazes, especially Fang Zhong, who was glaring at Yang Qing with hatred. When Yang Qing made eye contact with him, she could not help but be shocked. She wanted to turn around instinctively, but Wang Lin, who was next to her, said calmly, You lost to him. What are you afraid of? Yang Qing smiled bitterly and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked indifferent. If he still dares to hate you now, it means that you didn't beat him up hard enough. You didn't beat him up enough. This kind of person is like a stray dog. When he meets someone fiercer than him, he'll immediately shrink back. Among the Tianqi sect's disciples in the foundation establishment stage, the one who had a relatively normal expression was Dao Yuding. Her long black hair was draped over her back. Her beautiful face was snow white, and her lips were so pale that they were almost colorless. Her expression remained cold. Even when she looked at her opponent, Wang Lin, her expression did not change much. When Wang Lin met her gaze, there was no warmth in his eyes. It was so cold that it sent chills down everyone's spines. The first match was between Yu Hongyan and Shi Shaoqian. After you, Hongyan bowed to Lin Feng. He walked toward the hidden dragon pot. Shi Shaoqian followed closely behind him and entered the hidden dragon pot. The two of them stood tens of meters away from each other. Shi Xingyun stared nervously at the scene projected by the light at the mouth of the pot. She opened her mouth slightly and muttered to herself, "Please don't, please don't." Lin Feng noticed this and felt a little strange. He then realized that there was something wrong with Shi Zongyue's expression as well. He was staring at Shi Shaoqian with a hint of worry in his eyes. Just as Yu Hongyan was about to make his move, Shi Shaoqian suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wait." Chapter 291. Yu Hongyan was ready to strike, but when Shi Shaoqian suddenly said, "Wait," she frowned and stopped what she was doing. This was a duel that didn't involve life and death. If it was a real life and death battle, Yu Hongyan wouldn't care what he said. If he liked to talk nonsense, then Yu Hongyan would take the opportunity to knock him down. When Shi Shaoqian said, Shi Xingyun, who was extremely nervous outside the kettle, immediately closed her eyes. A look of despair appeared on her pretty face. The leader of the great Qin dynasty in the spell assembly, the primordial soul expert Shi Zongyue, also looked awkward. His face was filled with anger. What the hell are they doing? Lin Feng frowned. Shi Zongyue and Shi Xingyun look like they have lost their parents. It doesn't look like they're up to something. Yu Hongyan also frowned. What is it? Shi Shaoqian coughed dryly. He looked at Yu Hongyan and said seriously, "Miss Hongyan, I'm officially proposing to you. I hope that I can marry you." His tone was so serious and solemn. He did not sound like a lecher at all. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. After a long time, Lin Feng tilted his stiff neck and looked into the sky. Why do I feel like there are crows flying in the sky? When he turned to look, he saw that everyone was dumbfounded. The primordial soul experts were dumbfounded. The Yuanying patriarch was dumbfounded. The golden elixir period experts were petrified. The foundation building stage experts had turned into clay puppets and wood sculptures. Hundreds of people were gathered by the lake of the North Wind Sea. However, it was dead silent. There was no sound at all. Only the sound of the cold wind could be heard. Even the people from the great Qin dynasty were dumbfounded. They stared at Shi Shaoqian in the hidden dragon kettle. Shi Zongyue and Shi Xingyun were the only ones who were still alive. They sighed, speechlessly at the same time. Shi Shaoqian's voice still echoed in the air after leaving the hidden dragon pot. "I will go to the celestial sect of wonders to ask for your hand in marriage. However, I feel that I should first let you know my intentions. At the same time, I hope that you can personally agree to my proposal." Only after a while did everyone come back to their senses. Numerous gazes looked towards the Qin dynasty's camp. Although there was no laughter, those gazes caused the Qin dynasty's people to feel so ashamed that they wanted to commit suicide. Jiao Junchen was also stunned for a long time before he laughed out loud. That's quite a character, but he's also a straightforward person. Shi Xingyun looked like she had accepted her fate. She hung her head dejectedly and no longer had the aura and calmness of the princess of the great Qin dynasty. You say that because you don't know. Shi Xingyun looked at Jiao Junchen and said weakly, if the woman standing in front of him was Dao Yuding, he would do the same thing. This time, Jiao Junchen was really tongue-tied. He was completely speechless. Lin Feng also did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Shi Shaoqian, who was still confessing his love for Shi Shaoqian in the hidden dragon pot. At this moment, Lin Feng felt as if 100,000 muddy grassland horses were galloping past him. At first, I thought that you were an arrogant, cold, and even a little cruel. Who would have thought that under your cold exterior, there's a jokester's soul. Lin Feng felt a deep sense of helplessness. You're a jokester. Even if you're really harassing me, it's fine. Why do you look so serious and sincere? What are you trying to do? Don't you care about the occasion? The atmosphere of a spell assembly had been completely ruined. Shi Zongyue let out a dry cough and looked at Lin Feng. He then slowly said, "This grandson of mine, is a little simple and unsophisticated. He follows the rules of nature and does not care about etiquette. If he has offended you, please forgive him, sect leader Lin." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He humphed and said, "Not a problem, not a problem." A hint of helplessness and anger flashed across Shi Zongyue's eyes. The old man swore that if Shi Shaoqian was not his own grandson, if Shi Shaoqian's talent was not so top-notch, he would definitely slap this disgraceful fool to death with his own hands. If either of these two conditions were not met, he would definitely slap Shi Shaoqian to death. Although this old man's grandson is a little rash, his heart is sincere. Shi Zongyue straightened his expression and said in a serious tone, "I'm here to officially propose marriage to sect leader Lin on behalf of Shaoqian. I hope sect leader Lin will consider it seriously." Lin Feng looked at Shi Zongyue speechlessly. Did this old man think that he did not hear what Shi Xingyun had just said? That silly grandson of yours, if it was Dao Yuding in front of him right now, he would also put on the same silly scene. Okay? Lin Feng had enough reason to believe that after Shi Shaoqian had confessed to Yu Hongyan, he would definitely find another opportunity to fool around in front of Dao Yuding. At this moment, Lin Feng could also tell that Shi Shaoqian was not the kind of person who would flirt with beautiful women as soon as he saw them. Instead, he had a serious lack of knowledge about the relationships between men and women, as well as moral standards. Liking beautiful women was a common hobby of all heterosexual young men. However, in this aspect, Shi Shaoqian was, exceptionally silly. However, when Lin Feng looked at Shi Zongyue, he realized that Shi Zongyue's gaze was extremely serious. Clearly, he was really asking Lin Feng to consider this matter. He was sincerely asking for Shi Shaoqian's hand in marriage to Yu Hongyan. Lin Feng's pupils immediately contracted. Shi Zongyue's intention was very clear. He wanted a marriage alliance. A marriage alliance between the great Qin dynasty and Xianmen Tianzong. Marriage did not only exist between countries in the secular world or between clans. It also existed in the world of cultivators. There were marriages between sects, between cultivation families, and between cultivation families and sections. In the great Qin Empire, there were naturally many marriages. Although Shi Shaoqian's current actions were quite silly, if he was able to successfully marry Yu Hongyan in the end, what happened today might become a good story. Of course, that was secondary. To Shi Zongyue, establishing a close relationship with Xianmen Tianzong would be very beneficial to the great Qin dynasty and his faction. Especially now that the great Zhou dynasty was becoming more powerful, the pressure on them was increasing. The reason was actually very simple. Lin Feng could understand it in the blink of an eye, but this did not mean he would agree. This will depend on Hong Yan herself. If she falls in love with your grandson, I will be happy to see it happen. But if she has no fate with your grandson, I will not force her. Lin Feng's tone was calm, but the meaning was clear and decisive. Shi Zongyue frowned slightly. He wanted to say something more, but the situation in the hidden dragon pot suddenly changed. Facing Shi Shaoqian, who was confessing to her, Yu Hongyan's expression became colder and colder. Her sword-like red eyebrows gradually straightened. She suddenly roared, and all the mana in her body surged. The black flame halberd swung towards Shi Shaoqian's waist with the momentum of 1,000 soldiers. Ugh! Shi Shaoqian's words were instantly stuck in his throat. Caught off guard, although his mana automatically protected his body, he was still at a great disadvantage. He was swept away by Yu Hongyan's halberd. Unexpectedly, after that move, Yu Hongyan did not follow up with another attack. Instead, she retracted her halberd and stood still, a confused expression on her face. What? Wasn't all that nonsense just now a tactic to confuse and distract me? Yu Hongyan's expression was filled with confusion and disbelief. The originally restless crowd once again fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was petrified as the cold wind blew. The sound of rocks falling to the ground could be heard. Even though Shi Zongyue was used to seeing storms, he did not know what to say. He could only stare blankly at the hidden dragon pot. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He turned to look at Shi Zongyue and laughed dryly. About that, this disciple of mine, is quite simple. She follows the natural law and does not adhere to the customs. If she has offended you, please forgive her, Prince Anliang. Shi Zongyue looked up to the sky and laughed dryly. Of course, of course. Sect leader Lin is too polite. In the great Qin dynasty's camp, Jiao Junqin and Shi Xingyun looked at each other speechlessly. After a long while, Jiao Junqin laughed. One of them is unreliable, while the other is unenlightened. You don't have to worry about it anymore. However, Jiao Junqin did not know that it was not that Yu Hongyan was unenlightened, but that she could only have room for one person in her heart. Shi Xingyun smiled bitterly. I'm even more worried now. Seeing Jiao Junqin looking at her curiously, Shi Xingyun sighed. It seems that if I had to choose between the two of them, I'd rather Shaoqian face Dao Yuding now. At most, that cold lady would directly reject Shaoqian. However, I'm afraid that Shaoqian will misunderstand and do something even more embarrassing when he meets this unromantic Yu Hongyan. In the hidden dragon pot, Yu Hongyan looked at Shi Shaoqian with dissatisfaction. Since it's not a strategy, why are you talking so much nonsense? Shi Shaoqian got up from the grass and swept the grass off his hair. He looked at Yu Hongyan and nodded seriously. I understand. For a lady with a personality like yours, the person who can win your heart must be someone who can defeat you. In that case, I'll be that person. After saying this, the magic in his body began to surge, ready to fight Yu Hongyan in his best condition. However, in the eyes of the people outside the pot, it only made them want to laugh, but they could not laugh. Jiao Junqin was once again dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Shi Xingyun closed her eyes in despair, as expected. Yu Hongyan did not think too much about it. She only knew that Shi Shaoqian was very dangerous and very powerful. Two light dragons formed by magic, one red and one yellow, circled around Shi Shaoqian's body in the air. One was blazing, while the other was solemn. The two different auras of magic rose and fell one after another. However, the similarity was that both of them were extremely powerful. The Great Qin Dynasty's secret technique, the Red Dragon Emperor's book, and the Yellow Dragon Emperor's book. Shi Shaoqian performed two different hand seals with both of his hands. He flicked the 5 fingers on his left hand and kept opening and closing them like a vigorous and lively flame. His right hand, on the other hand, performed a hand seal. He stood still like a mountain and as heavy as the earth. Shi Shaoqian's eyes emitted 2 different colors, red and yellow. His lips moved slightly, and strange syllables came out one after another. It was not the language of humans, but the low murmurs of the dragon tribe. Go! Following Shi Shaoqian's shout, the 2 light dragons, one red and one yellow, roared and charged toward Yu Hongyan at the same time. Chapter 292. The great Qin dynasty's 5 Emperor True Dragon secretaries had created the 5-elemental light dragon transformation technique. After refining the 5-elemental light dragon and cultivating it to the highest level, one would be able to manifest the 5-elemental light dragon Emperor True Body, which was a powerful force that could tear apart the heavens and earth. Shi Shaoqian definitely didn't have such a powerful ability right now, but it was already very rare for him to be able to cultivate 2 kinds of light dragons with his Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation. Under his control, the Scarlet Fire Light Dragon and Yellow Earth Light Dragon roared and attacked Yu Hongyan together. In the previous battles, Shi Shaoqian only used the Scarlet Fire Light Dragon to sweep his enemies. It wasn't until the last round that he was forced to use the Yellow Earth Light Dragon. In the end, he used both dragons and immediately won. Now facing Yu Hongyan, he used both dragons right from the start. This was also because of Yu Hongyan's powerful battle strength, which gave him a lot of pressure. Maybe in some things, Shi Shaoqian was indeed a little silly, but in terms of cultivation and fighting, he was a rare genius. However, his opponent, Yu Hongyan, was also a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. Facing Shi Shaoqian's Scarlet Fire Light Dragon and Yellow Earth Light Dragon, Yu Hongyan wasn't afraid at all. He waved the black flame halberd, and violent magic power instantly exploded. Even the 2 light dragons couldn't get close and were sealed outside. Shi Shaoqian was slightly shocked. So strong, she hasn't even used the seamless astral aura. What's so special about Xianmen Tianzong's Dao technique to be so strong? However, Shi Shaoqian didn't panic. He suddenly put his palms together. 1 red and 1 yellow light dragon intersected. The yellow earth light dragon gradually dimmed, but the scarlet fire light dragon became stronger. In the end, this light dragon's flesh, acupoints, bones, and scales actually started to condense. It seemed real, and in a short period of time, it looked like it was going to become real. An extremely hot aura spread out, and the light dragon let out a long roar, bringing with it a faint dragon aura. This was the true dragon aura of a real dragon, and not an imitation of magic power. Outside the pot, Lin Feng and the others nodded slowly when they saw this. Dao Master Blue Thunder sighed. The 5 elements support each other, and the Middle Earth produces the Southern Fire. Although there are only 2 kinds of spiritual power, it can evolve to a certain extent. The disciples of the Purple Cloud Path did not lose unjustly. They had already lost before they could even force Shi Shaoqian to use this move. If Shi Shaoqian had used his full strength, he would have lost even more miserably. Northern militant Zhuoxian Prince looked at Shi Shaoqian and also muttered to himself. This powerful neighbor to the south of the northern militant was still full of talented people. Sun, Luminary Sword, Lord sighed as well. The sword companions of Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua, who were defeated by Yu Hongyan, were in fact even more outstanding than the sword companions who were defeated by Dao Yuding. But at this moment, even if Li Bingqing and Zhou Yuhua were to face Shi Shaoqian's attack, they wouldn't be confident that they could withstand it. Shi Shaoqian and Yu Hongyan were people who truly had the ability to defeat and even kill ordinary early golden elixir cultivators with their Foundation Establishment stage cultivation. Their actual combat abilities surpassed the gap between realms. They were all geniuses among geniuses, monsters among monsters. For ordinary sex, any one of them would be a joyous occasion to congratulate their ancestors. Thinking of this, Sun Luminary Sword, Lord couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng. Such an outstanding Yu Hongyan was not even the most outstanding disciple under Lin Feng. Compared to the title of Taishu Temple's gathering place of geniuses, Xianmen Tianzong was simply full of monsters. In the hidden dragon pot, facing the scarlet firelight dragon that seemed to have come to life, Yu Hongyan's expression was calm. He pointed the black flame halberd at Shi Shaoqian, and the storm of flames kept rotating at the tip of the spear. All the power was concentrated at one point, causing the tip of the spear to produce the power of space collapse. That point was like a black hole that could devour everything. Void-destroying divine spear. Without hesitation, Yu Hongyan used her ultimate killing move. Facing Shi Shaoqian's double dragon fusion attack, her choice was the same as before, which was to attack. "You're strong. I'm stronger than you." Ignoring the scarlet firelight dragon that was attacking him, Yu Hongyan focused on controlling the void, destroying divine spear, and attacked Shi Shaoqian. Shi Shaoqian also stared calmly at Yu Hongyan's void, destroying divine spear. He did not panic, manipulating his scarlet firelight dragon to avoid Yu Hongyan's black, hole-like spear tip, avoiding a head-on clash with the void, destroying divine spear. Thus, the two sides were in a confrontation. Yu Hongyan's halberd attacked Shi Shaoqian, while Shi Shaoqian's scarlet firelight dragon avoided Yu Hongyan's spear tip and rushed towards the red-haired girl. The battle between the two was about to fall into a situation where both sides would be injured. A sly smile suddenly flashed across Shi Shaoqian's mouth. At the moment when Yu Hongyan's void, destroying divine spear, was about to stab him, his body suddenly changed and became illusory, as if the space around him had become distorted. Shi Shaoqian's body suddenly became illusory, as if he was in the boundless fantasy world, no longer existing in this space. It seemed that Yu Hongyan's void, destroying divine spear, was about to hit nothing. Boundless fantasy world. Dao Master Lan Ting and Chao Wei blurted out at the same time. The remaining primordial soul experts, Solar Glory Sword Venerable, Flowing Light Sword Venerable, Northern Militant Prince Suoxian, and even Azura Dao Master Huixiu, who had been indifferent to everything, Dao Master Chang Lu and Dao Master Gambling Zhuge Guang, who also belonged to the Great Qin dynasty, all looked shocked, although they had never really come into contact with it. The secret divine ability of the Taishu Temple boundless fantasy world was too famous, and its characteristics were also obvious, so people could recognize it at a glance. But it was precisely because they recognized it that these essence soul experts were shocked. They were not shocked that Shi Shaoqian still had a trump card, but he had not used his real skills in the previous competition. The reason why these essence soul experts were so shocked was because they did not expect that Shi Shaoqian had learned the secret divine ability of the Taishu Temple. How did he learn it? And what did it have to do with the Taishu Temple? Was there any inside story or special purpose for the Taishu Temple to teach the divine ability to outsiders? Many thoughts flashed in the minds of every essence soul expert present, calculating all kinds of gains and losses and possibilities. At this moment, in the hidden dragon pot, Shi Shaoqian used the boundless fantasy world to avoid Yu Hongyan's void-destroying divine spear, and his red firelight dragon hit Yu Hongyan's body. Shi Shaoqian's mouth showed a smile. The cultivators watching outside the pot looked nervous. Has the winner been decided? Has it succeeded? Will Xianmen Tianzong's undefeated streak end here? Miss Hongyan, please believe me, I'm sincere. Shi Shaoqian was speaking when his voice suddenly stopped, as if someone had cut it with a pair of scissors, leaving only an ending sound that echoed in the air. Yu Hongyan, who had been hit by the red firelight dragon, suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light, and an endless storm appeared, forcibly blocking the red firelight dragon's attack. Shi Shaoqian secretly scolded himself for being careless. Previously, she did not use the infinite Gang Qi, so I should have taken that into account. Now that I've failed on the verge of success and the boundless fantasy world has been exposed, it will be difficult to find such a good opportunity again. Just as Shi Shaoqian was thinking about how neither side had gained the upper hand in this round of exchange, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Yu Hongyan's void-destroying divine spear, which should have missed, was now suspended in the air, frozen at the last moment. Just as the void-destroying divine spear was about to hit Shi Shaoqian activated the boundless fantasy world, turning his body illusory and hiding in the void. But at the same time, Yu Hongyan forcibly stopped the void-destroying divine spear's attack, and even the power that was about to burst out of it stopped. Silently, only the black hole that kept devouring everything like a dark abyss stopped in the air right in front of Shi Shaoqian, less than a centimeter away from his chest. Yu Hongyan's expression was calm, and her red lips moved slightly. "This spell of yours, when you turn illusory to avoid attacks, you can't move your position." Shi Shaoqian's face instantly turned pale, because Yu Hongyan had pointed out the biggest weakness of the boundless fantasy world, which was that the user's body turned illusory and hid in the boundless fantasy world. When he turned illusory again and returned to this world, his position would still remain in the original place. Only primordial soul realm powerhouses could flexibly change their position when using this spell. With Shi Shaoqian's magic power, the boundless fantasy world could only be maintained for a short moment, and the next moment, under his desperate gaze, his body had already turned from illusory to real, and he returned to the boundless universe. At the same time, the void-destroying divine spear that Yu Hongyan had been holding back was finally activated again, and it accurately bombarded Shi Shaoqian's chest. The hidden dragon pot's restriction reacted automatically and blocked the attack for Shi Shaoqian, which also announced his defeat. The battle between the two actually only lasted for a very short time, and in almost a few blinks of an eye, the winner was already decided. But the danger, strategy, and dharma spells of the battle had lasted for several rounds, and both Yu Hongyan and Shi Shaoqian had walked back and forth between life and death. Shi Shaoqian had wanted to take advantage of Yu Hongyan's carelessness, but who knew that Yu Hongyan would beat him at his own game instead? Shi Zongyue looked at Lin Feng in shock, and the other primordial soul realm powerhouses also looked at Lin Feng. Everyone had a different expression, and their gazes were equally complicated. Lin Feng felt the doubt in their eyes and smiled faintly. "Not long ago, I personally came into contact with this dharma spell of the boundless fantasy world. During the battle of the opening ceremony outside the Sand Continent City, Pang Jia had used the boundless fantasy world to avoid Lin Feng's almost fatal move, the smash of the universe. Lin Feng, who had personally fought with this spell, had a deep memory of the characteristics of the Dharma power fluctuations. Although Shi Shaoqian had not used the boundless fantasy world in the previous battles because he had cultivated the boundless fantasy world, the way his Dharma power operated inevitably had some flavor of the Taishu Temple. Lin Feng sensed that he had something to do with the Taishu Temple, but he was not sure if he had mastered a certain Dharma spell of the Taishu Temple. Before Yu Hongyan went on stage, Lin Feng reminded her, just in case, and told her the characteristics of a few of the signature Dharma spells of the Taishu Temple, including the boundless fantasy world. However, in all fairness, Lin Feng had actually hit the jackpot this time. He was only guessing and could not be sure. After all, Shi Shaoqian had not really revealed anything before. But this did not prevent Lin Feng from taking this opportunity to show off in front of the group of primordial soul realm powerhouses, further strengthening his enigmatic image. Sure enough, the gazes of Shi Zongyue and the others looking at Lin Feng became a bit more cautious. After Yu Hongyan and Shi Shaoqian came out of the hidden dragon pot, another battle of the top four was about to begin between Wang Lin and Dao Yuding. Lin Feng looked around, and sure enough, he saw Chao Wei looking at him. Their gazes collided, and immediately sparks flew. Chapter 293. After emerging from the hidden dragon pot, Yu Hongyan returned to Lin Feng, and the rest with a frown on her face. Although she had won, she was not in a good mood. What's going on with that Shi Xiaoqian? It's so weird. The red-haired girl was a little annoyed and puzzled. Zhu Yi, Xiao Buddy, and the rest were tongue-tied. They wanted to laugh, but they could not. They did not know how to explain it to her. They also felt that it was too funny, and they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Tunton pouted. What else could it be? It's obvious that he wants to mate with you. Cough, 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 cough. The sound of people choking on their saliva could be heard. Xiao Buddy smacked her and said, "You're in human form now. Can't you speak like a human?" Hearing this, Yu Hongyan's red eyebrows straightened. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide open and filled with rage. Zhuge Fengling hurriedly said, "It's not that exaggerated. He actually admires you and wants to marry you. It's just that he picked the wrong place." The anger in Yu Hongyan's eyes did not diminish. "So he's a lecher. Even so, it's too weird. I didn't even say a word to him." Zhuge Fengling laughed dryly and said, "It's love at first sight. It's the legendary love at first sight." Lin Feng stood at the side, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He thought to himself, "That guy falls in love with every beauty at first sight. No, to be more precise, it's all beauties that he approves of." He glanced at Dao Yuding from the Tianqi sect and sighed to himself, "Unfortunately, it was my disciple who was shot." Shi Xingyun also looked at Dao Yuding and saw that she looked normal. He sighed to himself. If it was her, the situation might not have been so bad. Shi Xingyun felt a headache coming on as he listened to the whispers of the cultivators from the other sects around him. She looked at Shi Xiaoqian helplessly. Although the yellow-robed young man had been defeated, he had regained his cold demeanor after coming out of the hidden dragon pot. However, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. He walked up to Shi Xingyun and asked in a low voice, "Royal sister, what happened?" "You have to ask yourself." At this moment, Shi Xingyun really wanted to give up all her ladylike manners, grab his collar, and spit on his face. However, when she saw that Shi Xiaoqian was acting as if nothing had happened, he only looked a little confused. He did not think that there was anything wrong with his previous behavior at all. She felt powerless. Then, Shi Xiaoqian looked at Yu Hongyan regretfully, shook his head, and sighed. However, he quickly pulled himself together and looked at Dao Yuding, who was in the Tianqi sect's camp, with bright eyes. His eyes were filled with a complicated expression, just like how he looked at Yu Hongyan previously. When Shi Xingyun saw this, she quickly pulled him behind her. Her heart was filled with helplessness. This cousin of hers was a weirdo who could confess to the first woman in 1 second and repeat the same words to the second woman in the next second. Moreover, he could do this kind of thing in front of the first woman without any scruples. However, he did not think that there was anything wrong with what he did. In his mind, it was a natural thing to do. Shi Xingyun looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Most of the time, she sincerely hoped that Shi Xiaoqian was a playboy who liked to play around with women. Although it was a bad influence, at least it was normal. However, even if Shi Xiaoqian wanted to confess again, he would have to wait until after the battle between Dao Yuding and Wang Lin. The second round of the semi-finals, Wang Lin versus Dao Yuding, had officially begun. The disciples from both sides walked toward the hidden dragon pot, while the leaders of the two sects started fighting again. Although sparks were flying when he clashed with Chao Wei, Lin Feng remained calm. It should be said that he had to keep a cool head and think about problems. This was because Chao Wei's actions had been too abnormal since they first met. Lin Feng could not sense any of the aura that a primordial soul expert should have from him. He was like a gangster boss who was competitive. However, if Chao Wei was really such a person, Lin Feng would not believe that he could have reached this stage. reached the primordial soul stage, and become the leader of a large sect like the Tianqi sect. In fact, when Lin Feng observed the battle between him and Prince Zuoxian of the Northern Militant, he could tell that Chao Wei was not as reckless as he appeared to be. Chao Wei's current actions could be said to be to distract the onlookers and conceal his true intentions. Chao Wei was the first to bet on his disciple. Judging from his previous actions, Lin Feng speculated that Chao Wei was probably trying to get something from him. Fiery ice corporeal. Lin Feng frowned slightly. That shouldn't be the case. Although this thing is wonderful, it can't be said to be very precious. Lin Feng thought for a bit, feeling that the solid of fire ice is very likely just a prelude for Chao Wei to test the waters. Even though this thing is also useful to him, but it's nothing more than killing a rabbit while cutting grass, taking it along with him, it can be considered a freebie type of existence. But Chao Wei's actions also revealed that his true goal was very likely to be related to the fiery ice corporeal. At least, he had found the aura of the fiery ice corporeal at the eternal spring peak in the south of the Great Hengduan mountain range. What he really wanted was very likely related to that place. A faint light flashed in Lin Feng's mind, but it disappeared in a flash. There was a layer of fog in front of him, and he could not see clearly. What does this old bird want? A lot of thoughts spun around in his mind, but on the surface Lin Feng always maintained a calm and collected appearance, sending off Wang Lin and Dao Yuding together with his gaze into the hidden dragon pot. On the other side, Chao Wei's very aggressive eyes looked over again. Lin Feng did not avoid his eyes, and the smell of gunpowder between the two became more and more intense. Dao Master Blue Thunder looked at Lin Feng and then looked at Chao Wei and thought, they are both sect masters, but they are like two fighting cocks. What's wrong with them? Rumor has it that Chao Wei is not such a reckless person. When he talked with Lin Feng before, he was also quite magnanimous. Could it be that there is some inside story for these two to be like this? Or is there an old grudge between them? Sure, Zhong Yue and others looked at Lin Feng and Chao Wei, and their thoughts were also fluctuating. They remained silent and waited to see what would happen. Northern Militant Prince Zuoxian looked at Lin Feng and Chao Wei with a strange light in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his rough face. Gambling Dao Master Zhuge Guang coughed lightly and said, "Do you two want to make another bet this time?" Chao Wei raised his eyebrows. "Of course." Lin Feng smiled carelessly. "What about the bet? Are you still thinking about this king's fire-cold ice fruit?" Chao Wei's eyes flashed, and instead of answering, he asked, "What bet do you want to make?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "I have long heard that there is a volcanic crater in the heavenly snowfield lake. In the depths of the lava of the volcano, there is a strange flower called the geocentric fire lotus. If this king's disciple wins, he wants this thing as the prize. How about it?" Chao Wei nodded slightly. "Okay." Lin Feng smiled, saying, "Don't agree so readily. Let me say this first. The geocentric fire lotus I want is not just a flower. The lotus root at the bottom, the branches that support the flower, the lotus itself, the lotus head, and the lotus seeds on the lotus head. This king wants all of them, a complete set, not one less." Chao Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. "You want to dig away? My heavenly lake sect's geocentric fire lotus. You can also transplant it from the original flower. As for how to protect your own fire lotus, it will depend on your ability." Lin Feng said lightly, "Between the foundation establishment stage and the golden elixir period, there is a pause in the spell assembly. If you lose, go back and get the fire lotus during this time. This king doesn't have that much free time to go to the heavenly lake with you." The surrounding primordial spirit big shots were originally watching the show, but at this moment, no one could laugh anymore. They looked at Lin Feng and Chao Wei with a serious gaze. It was because Lin Feng's bet was too big. Lin Feng did this on purpose. He wanted to see what Chao Wei wanted from him. Silently, Chao Wei looked at Lin Feng. After a while, he nodded. Okay, if your disciple wins, the geocentric fire lotus is yours. But if my sect's disciple wins, I'll go to your Jade Capital Mountain and cut off a rock to take away. Chao Wei stared into Lin Feng's eyes, slowly saying, "Do you dare to bet with me?" The expressions of the other primordial spirit experts changed slightly. The thing that the outside world feared the most about the celestial sect of Xianmen, other than Lin Feng himself being unfathomable and unfathomable, was that their mountain gate, Yujing Mountain, was too domineering. It was hidden in the void, but it could still move freely in and out of the divine land. Lin Feng looked at Chao Wei. His pupils contracted slightly, but his expression did not change. "I'll bet the key to Yujing Mountain entering and leaving the void was not the mountain itself, but the Xiantian treasure tree at the peak. The concept of Yujing Mountain's power was actually related to time. Lin Feng was currently exploring it. However, Chao Wei's request to cut a rock at Yujing Mountain was somewhat out of Lin Feng's expectations. This was because Yujing Mountain and the frigid fire ice solid had no connection at all. This made Lin Feng's plan to test his true intentions fall through. In the end, Lin Feng still did not know what Chao Wei's true goal was. Could it be that my previous guess was wrong? Lin Feng pondered. His goal has nothing to do with the southern border's great Hengduan mountain range and the frigid fire ice solid. No, there must be a reason why he came all the way from the Arctic tundra to the great Hengduan mountain range. It's just that this person is very calm. Even now, he does not dare to reveal himself, afraid that it will alert me. Lin Feng sighed softly. However, I don't believe that he will not reveal himself. In the process of the two big shots confirming the bet, inside the hidden dragon pot, the battle between Wang Lin and Dao Yuding had officially begun, and it immediately reached its climax. Facing Dao Yuding, who was in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, cultivated the Dharma techniques of the Skypon sect, and was also extremely talented, Wang Lin immediately entered the netherworld death state. All the magic power in his body was transformed into the pitch-black power of nirvanic destruction, filled with the aura of destruction and disaster. Dao Yuding did not hold back either. Pale flames naturally appeared around her body. Although they were flames, they emitted a sharp chill. This was the Skypon sect's signature mystical power, Ice Flame. Controlling the Ice Flame, Dao Yuding did something unexpected. That was, she charged straight at Wang Lin the moment she attacked. Chapter 294. Seeing that Dao Yuding didn't hesitate or probe and charged straight at Wang Lin, the spectators outside the hidden dragon pot all frowned. After the previous competition, Wang Lin had already fully displayed the tyrannical and evil aspects of his netherworld death state magic power. The destructive power of Nirvana was shocking, and the spells of the Finger of the Yellow Springs and the Road to the Yellow Springs were equally strange and powerful. No matter how one looked at it, Dao Yuding's direct charge gave off a feeling of recklessness. Only Xianmen Tianzong and the others, who were originally very relaxed, slightly straightened their attitudes when they saw this scene, and their expressions became a little more serious. Xiao Budian tilted his head slightly. She saw it herself. Or did the elders of the sect give her advice? Zhu Yi glanced at the expressions of the cultivators from Tianqi sect and said softly, "It seems that she saw it herself." Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing, who were at the Foundation establishment stage, didn't say anything, but the way they looked at Dao Yuding clearly became a little more serious. This was because the way Dao Yuding attacked now seemed reckless, but in fact, it was targeting Wang Lin's biggest weakness. Powerful magic power, weak body. Among the 6 great direct disciples under Lin Feng, Xiao Budian's physical strength was the most tyrannical, and he was the most ferocious in close combat. Wang Lin's physical strength was almost the weakest among the six, and even Yang Qing was a little stronger than him in this aspect. Wang Lin and Yang Qing both didn't cultivate any physical martial arts, and only focused on magic power. On one hand, Yang Qing had already established her beer and reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, and on the other hand, her lunar true water was actually constantly nourishing her physical body. As for Wang Lin, not only did he not cultivate his physical body, but both the true water of the Yellow Springs and the dermic powers of the Yellow Springs Death Realm had corroded his body to a certain extent. Therefore, strictly speaking, Wang Lin's physical strength was even slightly weaker than the average early-stage foundation establishment cultivator of the same realm. However, Wang Lin's Dharma techniques were extremely tyrannical. He was always the one suppressing his opponents and beating them up. No cultivator in the same realm as him could take more than a few moves from him. Often, his opponents would fall before he could even exert his strength. Foundation establishment cultivators like Huo Chun, who could break through space with a finger of nirvana, were already considered quite rare. Therefore, there were very few enemies in the same realm as Wang Lin who had the opportunity to close the distance between them and engage in close combat. Obviously, that was what Dao Yuding was planning. What made Xiao Badian and the others frown even more was that this snow-clothed girl was very likely to put her plan into practice. Raging ice flames spread out in all directions, resisting Wang Lin's power of nirvana. In terms of quality and power, Wang Lin's power of nirvana was superior. However, he had not advanced to the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage and established his beer, so his dermic powers were inferior to Dao Yuding's in terms of purity and quantity. In this situation, Dao Yuding did not attack and concentrated all her ice flame dermic powers on defense. The power of nirvana could not destroy her in a short time. The distance between the two was only a few dozen meters. With Dao Yuding's speed, she would arrive in an instant, and from the speed of her sudden movement, it could be seen that she also had good attainments in physical martial arts. She could not compare to that group of men in the Northern Militant, but it was enough to fight against Wang Lin. If she really succeeded in getting close, Wang Lin would most likely be beaten until he could not take care of himself. Xiao Badian and the others could see the problem. As the person involved, how could Wang Lin, who was facing Dao Yuding's sharpness, not see it? Almost as soon as Dao Yuding moved, Wang Lin had already guessed her intentions. After all, he was the clearest about his own weaknesses. Wang Lin's usual oppressive fighting style was actually to protect his own weaknesses. Now that Dao Yuding was in front of him, Wang Lin's expression was calm. His hands formed a seal, and the power of the Yellow Springs Death Realm was continuously activated. Instantly, a black and yellow path appeared in the space, extending into the distance. It was the Yellow Springs path. The moment the Yellow Springs path appeared, Dao Yuding landed on it. Countless reincarnation forces attacked her soul. This move was very difficult for Foundation establishment cultivators to defend against. This was because the souls of Foundation establishment and Qi condensation cultivators were not stable enough under the attack of the reincarnation forces. It was very easy for them to be immersed in their own memory fragments that kept flashing back and forth. Outside the pot, when Lin Feng saw this scene, he suddenly frowned. He could feel that Dao Yuding was very little affected by the reincarnation forces of Wang Lin's Yellow Springs path. There were two explanations. Either her soul was incomparably strong and condensed, surpassing the level of Foundation establishment cultivators, or she had some secret on her body. With Lin Feng's current cultivation, he could naturally see that the strength of Dao Yuding's soul was still at the level of Foundation establishment cultivators. There was nothing special about it. Then it could only be the second possibility. She had other secrets on her body. Inside the pot, Wang Lin, who was fighting with Dao Yuding, also had a slight change in expression. Unlike Lin Feng, who had to rely on guesses, he could directly obtain first-hand information. He realized that Dao Yuding's memory fragments were extremely few. Wang Lin's lower cultivation level did not allow him to directly read his opponent's memory fragments. However, as the caster, he could at least know how many memory fragments his opponent had produced, how many of them were from this life, and how many were from the previous life. However, right now, in front of Wang Lin, the memory fragments that Dao Yuding's soul had been attacked were far fewer than the others. Hu Chun, who also fell under this move, had at least 7 or 8 times more memory fragments than Dao Yuding. Dao Yuding's memory fragments were few, not because she had little experience, but because her memory was originally incomplete. In particular, the reincarnation memories of Dao Yuding's previous life were even fewer. There were only some scattered fragments. What a strange person. Wang Lin muttered in his heart, but the highest level of alarm sounded in his mind. With few memory fragments, under the impact of the reincarnation power, the confusion caused by the divine soul would quickly be alleviated. The road to the underworld had only a small impact on Dao Yuding. As expected, Dao Yuding's slightly dazed eyes quickly regained clarity. However, there were a few more things in her eyes that could not be explained clearly. However, this did not affect her making the most appropriate judgment at the moment. Facing the countless white bone claws that stretched out from the road to the underworld and wanted to drag her into the black and yellow soil, Dao Yuding chanted a spell in a low voice, and white icy mist appeared around her body. Tianqi Sec's secret method, ice essence burning flame. When the white mist came into contact with the bone claws and the black soil, it instantly turned into a boundless fire that burned fiercely. It was going to burn the entire road to the underworld of Wang Lin. When the cultivators watching the battle outside the hidden dragon pot saw this, they all held their breaths. The ice essence burning flame could turn the opponent's magic power into its own fuel, continuously increasing the power of its own fire. The stronger the opponent's magic power was, the more powerful the ice essence burning flame would be. The opponent strengthened his magic power to resist the ice essence burning flame, but the result was like adding firewood to the fire, increasing the power of the ice essence burning flame and sending all his magic power to the enemy. At the end of the day, it was really against the rules for a foundation establishment cultivator to learn this move. However, Wang Lin was not afraid at all. He watched expressionlessly as Dao Yuding used the ice essence burning flame. His reaction was to activate the power of the underworld death realm to the extreme. The thick, ink-like nirvana death chi strengthened the road to the underworld like a wave. Is he an idiot? He knows that doing this will only strengthen the power of Junior Sister Yuding's ice essence burning flame. Outside the hidden dragon pot, in the Tianqi Sec's camp, Fang Zhong curled his lips in disdain. In the Great Qin Dynasty's camp, Shi Shaoqian looked at Dao Yuding in the light with a strange look in his eyes and muttered something. Shi Xingyan looked at him warily and asked Jiao Junqian, "What do you think?" Jiao Junqian blinked and said, "Xianmen Tianzong is going to win again." Shi Xingyan nodded and said, "If we're talking about Dao Yuding's nemesis, it's probably Wang Lin." Before he finished speaking, the other spectators were shocked to discover that inside the hidden dragon pot, Wang Lin was continuously adding his transcendence energy to the road to the Yellow Springs, but it was actually not to provide fuel for Dao Yuding's ice essence burning flame. On the contrary, the spiritual fire produced by Dao Yuding's burning ice essence technique was gradually suppressed by the road to the underworld. The spiritual fire that could burn the enemy's transcendence energy and turn it into her own firepower, which was always successful, actually lost its effect. The group of primordial spirit big shots who were watching the battle looked calm. Tao Master Lan Lei nodded slightly and said, "It's rare to have a cultivation base in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm to have comprehended the power of nirvana." Northern militant Prince Zhuoxian laughed heartily, glanced at Chao Wei, and said with a smile, "The power of nirvanic extermination is originally capable of annihilating and destroying all things. It's already not bad that your Skypon sex-frozen radiance incineration art isn't destroyed when encountering it, yet you still want to devour and borrow its power. What a joke." Chao Wei said lightly, "The winner hasn't been decided yet. It's too early to say this." Lin Feng glanced at him and suddenly said, "Since that's the case, I suddenly want to add another wager. Can Sect Master Chao accept it?" Chao Wei's indifferent face flashed with some inexplicable emotions. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "You want to add another bet? What do you want to add?" Lin Feng said, "I heard that the snowfield is rich in the spiritual flower 9 revolving ice orchid. If my disciple wins this round, Sect Leader Chao will give me another 9 revolving ice orchid in addition to the geocentric flaming lotus. How about it?" Chao Wei frowned slightly. The 9 revolving ice orchid was not a particularly precious spiritual flower. Its value was limited, but it was extremely rare and difficult to pick. With his magical power of the primordial spirit stage, picking this flower was as easy as lifting his hand. The key was that it was difficult to find it, and it was really useless to mobilize his disciples to fight for it. Chao Wei stared at Lin Feng for a long time and said lightly, "Okay, but in that case, I will definitely add another bet. If my disciple wins this battle, in addition to the mountain rocks of your Yujing Mountain, I will also add a branch of the treasure tree at the top of your Yujing Mountain." Lin Feng looked at him and said with a smile, "Deal." With a new round of bets, the battle between the two sect leaders heated up again. And inside the hidden dragon pot, the battle between Wang Lin and Dao Yuding also changed again, becoming more and more intense. Her ice essence burning flame was restrained by Wang Lin's power of quietus. Dao Yuding gave a light shout, the pill cauldron in her body rumbled, and all the mana in her body was mobilized. At this moment, all the magic power that had been released outside suddenly began to gather towards her. Chapter 295. Dao Yuding's expression didn't change, as the ice essence burning flame was ineffective. She let out a light shout and suddenly withdrew all the mana that was released outside her body. Whether it was the ice essence burning flame or the white mist, all of them quickly gathered around Dao Yuding. Wang Lin immediately noticed the change in Dao Yuding, and his heart moved slightly. This way of circulating mana, it's so familiar. Outside the hidden dragon pot, Lin Feng's pupils also contracted slightly. Zhu Yi and the other Xianmen Tianzong disciples who were watching the battle all looked at Yang Qing at the same time. Yang Qing muttered to herself, "This way of circulating mana, it's similar to my lunar mountain flood curse." Some of the other cultivators who were watching the battle also saw some clues. In addition to the ice essence burning flame, this girl has actually mastered the volcanic roar. The spell that Dao Yuding was using now was another top magical power of the Heavenly Pool sect, the volcanic roar. This spell had the same effect as Yang Qing's mountain flood curse. Both of them instantly gathered all the mana in one's body and then burst it out at once, creating a destructive power that was far beyond ordinary. It was like a volcano erupting and the earth rumbling. It was unstoppable. Unlike the mountain flood curse of the small sect cloud water cave, the volcanic roar spell of the Heavenly Pool sect could be used by itself while also accommodating the characteristics of other spells. The volcanic roar itself was like an erupting volcano, while the other spells of the Heavenly Pool sect, such as the Ice Essence Burning Flame and the Ice Essence Burning Flame, were like the surging lava after the eruption of a volcano and could maintain their own power. It was equivalent to using the volcanic roar as a carrier to release a variety of spells at once. Moreover, because of the potential of the volcanic roar, the power of each released spell was greatly increased, even more than before. In the Heavenly Pool sect, this was a magical power of a higher level than the ice essence burning flame. This was Dao Yuding's trump card and the source of Chao Wei's confidence to fight with Lin Feng outside the hidden dragon pot. The Dao Lord of Gambling, Zhuge Guang, let out a long sigh upon seeing this and looked at Chao Wei. Sect leader Chao, this disciple of yours has a bright future. Chao Wei nodded slightly at him to express his gratitude. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Feng. Later, I'll have to trouble you, my master, to be my guide on your Yujing Mountain. As if to annotate his words, Dao Yuding's volcanic roar suddenly burst out. Countless ice flames and white mist violently spread in all directions. Under such a violent flow of mana, Dao Yuding was still able to control it so that the power would not be scattered, and most of the attacks were aimed at Wang Lin. Originally, Dao Yuding was superior to Wang Lin in terms of the total amount of magic power. Now that she had activated the Volcano Cry spell and increased her own power, she immediately used quantity to overwhelm quality and broke through the road to the underworld formed by Wang Lin's power of nirvanic destruction. The tottering and continuously breaking road to the underworld seemed to indicate that Wang Lin was about to lose. The disciples of Tianqi sect who were watching the battle outside the pot cheered loudly, and the cultivators of other forces also showed excitement on their faces. They might not be on good terms with Tianqi sect, but at this moment, most of them supported Dao Yuding not because beauties had special privileges, but because the winner of the last battle was Yu Hongyan. If Wang Lin won this battle, then the final 2 places of this year's Foundation Establishment Stage battle would be monopolized by Xianmen Tianzong, and the final battle would become an internal competition between fellow disciples of the same sect. This was something that most people did not want to see. First, it was boring, and second, Xianmen Tianzong's strength made many people feel uneasy. Dao Yuding did not think that she would win, just because she broke through Wang Lin's road to the underworld. She was as calm as ever. She knew very well that her Volcano Cry spell was not without weaknesses. After the spell was cast, the caster's magic power would be almost exhausted, and they would not be able to fight again for a long time. Therefore, the Volcano Cry spell was actually a spell that was used to fight with one's back, and it was either succeed or die. Therefore, Dao Yuding did not relax at all. Instead, she used the last opportunity of the Volcano Cry spell to continue the previously established battle strategy. She got close to Wang Lin and fought in close combat, using the most reliable method to completely win. Although Dao Yuding cultivated both magic and martial arts, her main cultivation was still magic. Her cultivation in physical martial arts was far inferior to that of Yu Hongyan, Zamuzalo, and the others, but it was enough to deal with Wang Lin. She firmly grasped the last opportunity of the Volcano Cry spell. First, she used her escape method, and like the cold wind outside the Great Wall, she got close to Wang Lin in an instant. Then, she waved her arm, and the last of her magic power was condensed into an ice blade. She slashed at Wang Lin's chest with an extremely mysterious trajectory. Her blade technique was exquisite, and it was like an antelope hanging its horns, blocking all of Wang Lin's escape routes. Her magic power exploded, and the speed of the blade was as fast as a meteor, not giving Wang Lin any chance to dodge. It was powerful and indestructible, and it was enough to break all of Wang Lin's defenses. This blade, it was a sure kill. Wang Lin's eyes were cold, and his lips were tightly pressed into a line. He stared at Dao Yuding's ice blade. He couldn't dodge this blade, but he never intended to dodge. His courage in the face of life and death was no less than anyone else's. All heaven's underworld finger, silent destruction. Wang Lin completely ignored Dao Yuding's ice blade, and his right finger pointed out. In an instant, a pitch-black space filled with silent death energy enveloped Dao Yuding. Dao Yuding, who had used the power of the Volcano Cry spell on her last blade attack, no longer had any energy left to dodge Wang Lin's final silent destruction finger. Dao Yuding's pretty face was cold, and there was no fear in it. She stared coldly at Wang Lin's eyes. This pair of young geniuses faced the shadow of death at the same time, but neither of them flinched. They stared at each other coldly, and it was as if time and space had frozen. Are they going to perish together? The spectators widened their eyes and stared intently at the battle in the hidden dragon pot, not daring to let their attention wander. They're not going to perish together. A cultivator with a higher cultivation base made a judgment. Before Wang Lin's silent destruction force destroys Dao Yuding's vitality, Dao Yuding's ice blade will cut Wang Lin's throat first. Jiao Junchen resolutely said, if this was a battle of life and death, then the two of them would definitely die together. But right now, they are inside the hidden dragon pot. The magic treasure's restrictions will protect the lives of both of them. But the restrictions are activated first, and then later. This way, the winner will be decided. The winner of this battle is Dao Yuding from the Skypool sect. Xianmen Tianzong has lost. Shi Xingyun stared intently at the hidden dragon pot and mumbled, is Xianmen Tianzong finally going to lose? Xianmen Tianzong was going to lose. There was a sudden uproar in the venue. The crowd was excited and did not dare to blink. They stared intently at the hidden dragon pot, waiting for the moment the restrictive spells of the hidden dragon pot were activated to determine the outcome of the battle, to determine the outcome of Xianmen Tianzong's defeat, to confirm that the legend of Xianmen Tianzong's disciples being invincible in fights of magical powers within the same realm was completely broken. At this moment, no one would care. Dao Yuding was in the late stage of the foundational building realm against Wang Lin, who was in the early stage of the foundational building realm. No one would care. If it was a real battle of life and death, the final outcome would be mutual destruction. They would only remember that the legend written by Xianmen Tianzong had finally become history. Everyone watched with rapt attention as Wang Lin used the finger of Nirvana with his right hand. At the same time, he also extended his left hand and pointed his index finger. However, he did not point it at Dao Yuding. Instead, he pointed it at the space between his eyebrows. What was going on? The crowd was stunned. Even the elders of the Yuanying stage and Golden Elixir period were stunned. Wang Lin stared coldly at Dao Yuding's ice blade as it slid across his throat, muttering as if he was sleep-talking. All Heaven Underworld Finger, Rebirth. Ever since Wang Lin comprehended the All Heaven Underworld Finger, he had not been able to truly complete the third finger. At this moment, it finally showed its glory in the hidden dragon pot by the North Wind Sea. Countless black threads of gas suddenly gushed out of Wang Lin's body and gathered on Wang Lin's neck that was cut by Dao Yuding's ice blade. Like a needle and thread, it instantly stitched up Wang Lin's broken flesh and skin. In the next moment, a black light flashed, and Wang Lin's entire body had already recovered, as if he had not been injured by Dao Yuding at all. It was as if Dao Yuding's blade had missed. The hidden dragon pot's restriction did not activate because Wang Lin's rebirth finger was a step faster. The hidden dragon pot judged that Wang Lin would not die because of Dao Yuding's attack, so it did not move at all. Everyone outside the pot was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Are our eyes playing tricks on us? But if our eyes are playing tricks on us, it can't be that all of our eyes are playing tricks on us, right? Could it be that this Wang Lin has an immortal body? Of course, Wang Lin did not have an immortal body. There were many conditions to use the rebirth finger, and Wang Lin could only use it once in a very long time. But it was already extraordinary enough. Silently, the group of Essence Soul big shots who were watching the battle looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, Shi's Zongyue sighed. Apart from the power of Nirvana in 10th realm, he even comprehended the power of creation in 10th realm. Creation and destruction were the two most fundamental and most powerful powers. Not to mention Foundation Establishment cultivators and Golden Elixir Period cultivators. Even Yuaniing cultivators who could comprehend it would be a great fortune. Essence Soul powerhouses were also still exploring to different degrees. But today, they saw it from a small, early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. This made the group of Essence Soul big shots feel emotional. Swordsman Flowing Light, who had not spoken much since the beginning of the spell conference, suddenly said, "There's no need to continue the competition. In this spell conference, the strongest Foundation Establishment disciple is undoubtedly Wang Lin." He looked at Lin Feng. "Congratulations, Sect Leader Lin." "Swordsman Flowing Light, you're too polite." Lin Feng smiled and looked at Wang Lin in the hidden dragon kettle. There, Wang Lin was silently looking at Dao Yuding, who was enveloped by the power of his rebirth finger. The power of Nirvana had already started to take effect. Dao Yuding, who was at the end of her rope, was powerless to resist. She could only watch as the hidden dragon kettle's restriction was activated and saved her life. The girl in snow-white clothes face was completely drained of blood. She was pale, but she still stared at Wang Lin without backing down. Other rare emotions appeared in her usual cold expression: admiration, unwillingness, surprise, curiosity. All sorts of emotions flashed past. Finally, they turned into stubbornness as she stared at Wang Lin without backing down. Wang Lin looked at her silently and said something that was rare. "As an opponent, you're not bad." Chapter 296. Hearing Wang Lin's evaluation, Dao Yuding's eyes flashed with anger for a moment. However, when she noticed Wang Lin's calm and solemn expression, she was somewhat speechless. The outcome had been decided. When Dao Yuding faced Wang Lin's finger of Nirvana, she triggered the hidden dragon pot's protective restriction. On the other hand, Wang Lin had used the finger of rebirth to successfully resolve Dao Yuding's ice blade attack that was supposed to kill her. The outcome had been decided by a hair's breadth. Wang Lin's move was actually extremely dangerous. For the finger of rebirth to be effective in actual combat, the conditions were very harsh. It was like walking on a tightrope. A slight deviation would result in failure. Under Lin Feng's guidance, after Wang Lin comprehended the power of Nirvana, he began to try to figure out the concept of the power of creation. Finally, not long ago, he found some clues and finally perfected the third finger of his Yellow Springs finger, the finger of rebirth. This Dharma art was supposed to be a supportive Dharma art used to heal the wounded. It was mainly used to save others. Under the effect of the power of creation, it could play a role in healing injuries. In fact, as long as a person still had a breath left and was on the verge of death, Wang Lin's finger of rebirth could also pull the other party back from the brink of death. However, that was only the ideal situation in theory. In reality, Wang Lin's own Dharma power cultivation and the actual injuries of the target had to be considered. The principle of the finger of rebirth was actually to push Wang Lin's force of Nirvana to the extreme and then forcefully reverse the two poles, turning the Nirvana death chi into vigorous force of life and extending the vitality of others. Therefore, after using the finger of rebirth, Wang Lin's Dharma power would fall to the bottom. He might not even be able to enter the state of the Yellow Springs death realm for a long time. Of course, this Dharma art could also be used on Wang Lin himself. Furthermore, there was no waste of Dharma power, so the effect would be even more obvious. However, it was extremely difficult to grasp the timing. If it was too early, it would be a waste. If it was too late, that person would already be dead. His magic power would be destroyed, and he would not be able to use his magic. Everything would be over. The rebirth finger had to be activated at the same time the enemy's attack dealt damage. Only then could it achieve the desired effect. This was also the first time Wang Lin had used the Finger of Rebirth in a real battle. Being able to succeed was largely due to luck. That was why he admired Dao Yuding for being able to force him into such a dangerous situation. Previously, when facing Dao Yuding's Ice Blade, Wang Lin had directly used Nirvana Finger to counterattack with attack. In fact, he was betting on whether Dao Yuding would waver in the face of death. He wanted to see who was more fearless of death. Even if they knew that they had the protection of the hidden dragon pot, when they truly faced the shadow of death and felt the grim reaper breathing on the back of their necks, most people would still be shaken and instinctively react in self-defense. However, Dao Yuding forcefully suppressed the urge to protect herself. She did not move or waver and pointed her ice blade at Wang Lin. She wanted to bet with Wang Lin in life and death. In the end, if not for Wang Lin's Finger of Rebirth, he would have really lost to Dao Yuding. To Wang Lin, this was also a battle where he broke through his limits and gained a lot. Outside the hidden dragon pot, Venerable Swordsman Flowing Light made a conclusion right away. He was certain that Wang Lin was the strongest among the Foundation establishment disciples in this Barren Sea assembly. Although the other Essence Soul realm experts did not say anything, their gazes were all filled with agreement. The words of Venerable Swordsman Flowing Light were heard by the hundreds of cultivators from the various factions. For a moment, everyone had mixed feelings. Even if there were people who were not convinced, it was meaningless. This was because in the fight for the first place later, Wang Lin's opponent would be his own junior sister, Yu Hongyan. Even if Wang Lin lost, the first place would still belong to Xianmen Tianzong. Lin Feng looked at Chao Wei silently. Chao Wei looked back at him calmly and nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, an illusion of light and shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, and the image of an old man appeared in the illusion. When the old man saw Chao Wei, he bowed and greeted, "Sect Master, what orders do you have?" Chao Wei said expressionlessly, "Transplant the geocentric fire lotus from the volcano in the mountain gate and send it to me by the North Wind Sea. At the same time, search for a 9-revolution ice orchid and send it over together." Hearing this, the old man was shocked, but he did not say anything. After hesitating for a moment, he bowed and said, "As you wish, Sect Master." The light and shadow disappeared. Chao Wei's expression was still cold as he looked at Wang Lin and Dao Yuding, who had come out of the hidden dragon pot. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Old man, it's fine if I can't force you to reveal your secrets the first time. There will be a second time, very soon." The reason why he suddenly raised the wager was actually to test Chao Wei and see what Chao Wei had his eyes on. In the end, Chao Wei had asked for the mysterious heavenly treasure branch. This was the same as when he had asked to cut Mount Yujing's rock. However, this made Lin Feng certain that whether it was Mount Yujing's rock or the mysterious heavenly treasure branch, they were all just a smokescreen. This person's real goal was something else. At this time, Lin Feng had a vague guess in his heart, but he could not verify it. However, he was not anxious at this moment. If Chao Wei really wanted that thing, he would show his foxtail sooner or later. Wang Lin came out of the hidden dragon pot and walked towards Xianmen Tianzong's camp. The cultivators from the other forces looked at him with extremely complicated gazes. Among the disciples under Lin Feng's tutelage who participated in the foundation building realm competition this time, after winning, the one who had the greatest influence and the most shocking effect was undoubtedly Wang Lin. Because his cultivation level was only in the early stage of the foundation building realm, He hadn't even established his spiritual platform yet. His opponents were all in the late stage of the foundation building realm and pill tripod realm cultivators. Moreover, each and every one of them was a well-known figure in the same realm. They were at the peak of the foundation building realm and were only one step away from core formation. In this kind of situation, the early stage foundation building Wang Lin was actually able to fight his way out of the encirclement. This was the most convincing proof that Xianmen Tianzong's disciples were invincible in fights of magical powers in the same realm. The impact he brought to the crowd was even stronger than that of Yu Hongyan, who was in the late stage of the foundation building realm, and Yang Qing, who was in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Jiao Junchen looked at Wang Lin with great interest. His gaze eventually drifted to Zhu Yi. Initially, I didn't quite believe that Zhu Yi could go against the Yuanying realm great ancestor with his early stage golden elixir cultivation level. However, after seeing his junior brother's performance, I have no choice but to believe it. A smile appeared on the scarlet-robed scholar's face. I'm really looking forward to fighting with Xianmen Tianzong's disciples. Just as Shi Xingyun was about to say something, he suddenly realized that Shi Shaoqian, who was behind him, was staring fixedly at Dao Yuding, who had just come out of the hidden dragon pot. Shi Xingyun quickly pulled Shi Shaoqian back before turning to look at Jiao Junchen. He smiled and said, "I wish you all the best, but I don't want to encounter these demons at all. I'd rather fight Tao Yaoyao for another 300 rounds." Jiao Junchen laughed out loud. "I'm afraid that Tao Yaoyao has the exact opposite opinion of you." Wang Lin did not care about the discussions and stares from the crowd. Instead, he frowned slightly as if he was thinking about something. He only came back to his senses when he returned to Lin Feng. He first bowed to Lin Feng, then suddenly said, "Master, I've gained some new understanding of the concepts of the forces of creation and nirvana. I'd like to go into seclusion to comprehend them. I'd like to forfeit my last match with fourth junior sister." Although Xiao Badian and the rest were slightly surprised when they heard this, they also had a look of understanding on their faces. They could all understand Wang Lin's mentality of wanting to immediately understand all the principles behind a Tao art when he suddenly had a new understanding. Almost all of them had the same experience. Moreover, if they did not grab hold of the inspiration that flashed through their minds, it would be very difficult to find it again in the future. Only Yu Hongyan's eyes were slightly disappointed. After witnessing the battle between Wang Lin and Dao Yuding, her blood was already boiling. She was looking forward to the battle with Wang Lin. She believed that it would be even more satisfying than the battle with Shi Shaoqian. However, Yu Hongyan also expressed her understanding towards Wang Lin's current state. "Fourth junior sister, after using the finger of rebirth, I can no longer enter the netherworld death state. Even if I stay and fight with you, there's no meaning." Wang Lin looked at Yu Hongyan with an apologetic look on his cold face. He would only show such emotions in front of his fellow disciples. From the bottom of his heart, Wang Lin did not like to fight, but he could understand Yu Hongyan's thoughts, so he also felt slightly regretful. As for the first place, Wang Lin did not care much about it. After all, it belonged to his own Xianmen Tianzong. It did not matter whether he got it or not. It was not that he had no desires and was so selfless, but Wang Lin was a standard pragmatist. He did not care about empty titles at all. Yu Hongyan nodded regretfully, but she still smiled. "I wish third senior brother in advance that your closed-door cultivation will be fruitful." Wang Lin nodded with a smile and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled faintly and flicked his finger. A small world formed from purple chi formed and stored Wang Lin inside. The small world was like an independent world. Wang Lin would not be disturbed when he cultivated inside. Lin Feng kept the small world and explained the situation to Shi Zongyue and the others. Zhuge Guang, the lord of gambling, frowned slightly. So impatient? Lin Feng nodded and said indifferently, "We are all cultivators, so we should have the same experience." Although sure, Zhong Yue and the other Essence Soul Realm cultivators were a little surprised, they still accepted Lin Feng's explanation. In this way, Yu Hongyan won without a fight and successfully became the champion of the Desolate Sea Assemblies Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator Competition. The cultivators under the various forces were in an uproar and discussed among themselves. After the Celestial Sect of the Celestial Sect of Wonders took over the top 2 places, most of the crowd had adjusted their mentality. They wanted to see another fierce battle within the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Now, they could only helplessly accept this somewhat anticlimactic result. They could not let Shi Shaoqian or Dao Yuding fight with Yu Hongyan, right? No matter how thick-skinned the Great Qin dynasty and the Heavenly Pool sect were, they could not say such things. Sure, Zhong Yue tapped the hidden dragon pot, and it suddenly grew from the size of a fist to the size of a small mountain. It landed on the ground. Just like the previous years, the assembly has temporarily come to an end. Sure, Zhong Yue pointed at the hidden dragon pot and said, "From now on, everyone can move freely. Those who want to trade can enter the hidden dragon pot to do so. Tomorrow will be the competition of the Golden Elixir Period disciples." He turned to look at Lin Feng and the other Essence Soul Realm cultivators. "Now let them move freely. Everyone, please follow me to the entrance of the ancient Desolate Sea Realm." Chapter 297. The competition of the Building Foundation Realm ended with Yu Hongyan winning without a fight, which made many people feel that it was a pity and unsatisfying result. But in reality, Wang Lin, who was unable to enter the Yellow Springs Death Realm, would end up the same even if he fought Yu Hongyan. But most people didn't know this. Many people complained in their hearts, "This isn't as good as Dao Yuding winning." Before Wang Lin and Dao Yuding fought, many people hoped that Dao Yuding could defeat Wang Lin and fight Yu Hongyan in the finals. On one hand, they didn't want Xianmen Tianzong to be too strong and turn the finals into a fight between their sections. On the other hand, many people hoped to see Yu Hongyan and Dao Yuding, the 2 peerless beauties, fight head-on. One was as blazing as fire, defeating the Sun-Moon Sword Sect's dual sword amalgamation by himself, and then suppressing his junior brother Yangqing, who also performed well with an absolute advantage. Then, he defeated the Great Qin dynasty's royal family's younger generation, the strongest foundation establishment stage cultivator, Shi Shaoqian. Yu Hongyan's path of advancement was very successful. His aura became stronger and stronger. In the end, he was like a heavenly fire that was unstoppable. As for the other, she was as cold as ice. She had also defeated the sword companion of the Sun-Moon Sword sect and forcefully advanced. Then, she had displayed the Heavenly Pool sect's secret technique, the Ice Essence Burning Flame, which was generally believed to only be cultivated by nascent soul cultivators, and defeated her mortal enemy, the Northern Militant cultivators. Her battle with Wang Lin also told everyone that her previous strength was still not her limit. Her volcanic roar spell was truly earth-shattering like a volcano eruption. And in the end, she was defeated by Wang Lin by half a move. Dao Yuding's performance was also eye-catching. Many people felt it was regretful that they couldn't see her fight with Yu Hongyan. Lin Feng glanced at Dao Yuding before looking at the Great Qin dynasty's camp. There, Dao Jiqiang lowered his head and did not look at Dao Yuding anymore. On the other side, Shi Shaoqian was blocked by Shi Xingyun. He had a displeased expression on his face. Anyone who saw him could not help but laugh. However, Lin Feng paid more attention to Shi Shaoqian than to Dao Yuding. He was not the only one. The attention of the other Essence Soul experts also drifted to Shi Shaoqian, from time to time. The fact that this child had connections with the Taishu temple made many people nervous. Although Shi Shaoqian was only at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, as the grandson of the Prince of Tranquility, Shi Zongyue, his status was not ordinary. King and Liang's faction had always had a close relationship with the Great Qin dynasty. Lin Feng previously noticed that when Shi Shaoqian performed the infinite transformation, Dao Master Chong Lu and Dao Master Gamble, who were also from the Great Qin dynasty's camp, also looked surprised. It seemed that they had not known about this before. Only the Prince of Tranquility, Shi Zongyue's expression did not change. It was obvious that he already knew. Is this an idle move by the Taishu temple, or is it an arrangement? Lin Feng thought to himself, is it from the conservative faction or the radical faction? As he thought about it, Lin Feng and the other Essence Soul experts followed behind Shi Zongyue and flew above the North Wind Sea. Although it was Lin Feng's first time participating in the Desolate Sea Assembly, it was not the first time the Desolate Sea Assembly had been held. Lin Feng had long heard about the ancient Desolate Sea Realm. The entrance to the ancient Desolate Sea Realm was at the deepest part of the North Wind Sea. Once the entrance was opened, cultivators below the Yuaning stage could enter. On the other side of the entrance, which was connected to the North Wind Sea, was the deepest part of the Desolate Sea Realm's ancient Desolate Sea Realm. It was a 10,000-meter deep abyss. The underwater pressure was so great that even the powerful magic power of a golden elixir period cultivator might not be able to withstand it. If a foundation establishment cultivator entered it, they would be directly crushed into a meat patty. It was fine at the bottom of the North Wind Sea in the vast Thousand World. The dimensional force of the two worlds blocked the water pressure of the Desolate Sea Realm on the other side. However, after entering the ancient Desolate Sea Realm through the spatial crack, they had to face this problem. At this time, they needed to borrow the sea dragon boats that the Great Qin dynasty had perfected. By riding on the sea dragon boats, they could pass through the deep sea of the ancient Desolate Sea Realm and float to the surface of the sea, to see the sky of the ancient Desolate Sea Realm. In addition, a large amount of resources in the ancient Desolate Sea Realm existed in the sea. At this time, they needed the help of the sea dragon boats to collect these resources. Shi Zongyue put his palms together slightly, and waves suddenly rose and fell on the surface of the North Wind Sea. 8 dark, streamlined, and completely enclosed ships that resembled loaches floated to the surface of the water. They were the sea dragon ships. The size of these sea dragon boats are not large, at most 20 meters long, but Lin Feng can feel the mana fluctuations within them. On the bodies of the boats are densely packed rows of formations. These formations are all used to resist the heavy pressure of the deep sea. At this time, Shi Zongyue said, "Fellow Taoists, each of you can take a sea dragon boat and refine it with your own magic power. When the disciples return from the ancient Desolate Sea Realm, you can return these sea dragon boats to the Great Qin dynasty." Lin Feng and the others nodded. This was inevitable. The sea dragon boats for their disciples had to be refined by themselves. Otherwise, if they were controlled by the Great Qin dynasty and something bad happened to them in the deep sea, they would not be able to reason with them. Unless they were mortal enemies, the Great Qin dynasty would naturally not do such a despicable thing. However, no one was willing to put their own life and death on the moral integrity of others. While Lin Feng's main body was refining the sea dragon boat, his Tai Shu clone had quietly blended into the crowd and entered the hidden dragon pot with everyone. The hidden dragon pot was very lively at this moment. All kinds of transactions were going on. Just a moment ago, the competitors were red in the face and neck, but now they were gathered together. One side was a buyer, and the other was a seller, constantly haggling over the price, or two people were eyeing the same item, fighting until their faces were red with anger. Apart from mortal enemies like the Celestial Pool sect and the Northern Militant Royal Court, there was nothing that could not be communicated with each other. This was also one of the main contents of the Desolate Sea Realm Assembly, the exchange of cultivation resources. It was different from the vast Sea Realm Assembly held by the Heavenly Trade Pavilion in the Sand Continent City, where there were special talisman coins as currency. Here, everyone basically bartered. Apart from this, the young cultivators of the various large forces were also communicating with each other and expanding their network. If they formed a good relationship today, they might have unexpected gains in the future. The Desolate Sea Realm Assembly was not only a place for the various forces to display their talent reserves, but also a chance for the disciples to strengthen contact and improve their relationship. For example, Lin Feng could see that the disciples of his Xianmen Tianzong were quite popular among the crowd. The cultivators of the Golden Elixir period were fine. Many Foundation establishment cultivators gathered around Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing. Even Zhuge Fengling benefited a bit from it. Some people with ulterior motives felt that as Lin Feng's direct disciples, Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing's identities were too central. Thus, they were more cautious. Thus, they changed their target to Zhuge Fengling, trying to get more information about Xianmen Tianzong from her. Lin Feng couldn't help but secretly laugh at this scene. He thought that these people were completely blind, not to mention that Zhuge Fengling was very sly and wouldn't be tricked by them. Even if she was stupid, naive, and simple, these people wouldn't be able to get any valuable information from her. This was because Zhuge Fengling herself was ignorant about most things about Xianmen Tianzong and didn't know anything. However, this girl was indeed very slippery. She was able to deceive many people. There were those who welcomed Xianmen Tianzong's group, and naturally, there were those who didn't. For example, the Heavenly Pool sect and the Hu clan didn't have a good impression of Xiao Badian and Yu Hongyan. On the other hand, the cultivators from the Northern Militant Imperial Court found Xianmen Tianzong's group pleasing to the eye. Lin Feng's eyes swept over and saw Zhu Yi talking to a Northern Militant man dressed in a different race's attire. From the looks of it, they seemed to have their eyes on something. Other than Zhu Yi, there were other people around the Northern Militant man. Everyone's eyes fell on a black rock under the man's feet. This black rock was dim and looked very ordinary, but when Lin Feng scanned it with his divine sense, he immediately found something extraordinary about it. Even with Lin Feng's current divine sense, he couldn't see through it. His divine sense was like a clay ox entering the sea, being swallowed by the black rock. This made Lin Feng a bit interested. As expected, something that Zhu Yi has his eyes on can't be wrong. A bright light. A bright light. It couldn't be called a bright light anymore. It was simply a lighthouse. However, who said that the people of the different races were simple and honest? This seemingly rough-looking Northern Militant man's proposed method of trade made everyone secretly frown. Cutting the stone. Everyone could see that this black rock was actually the original embryo of a treasure, just like a rock that was wrapped in beautiful jade. Everyone, let's compare our luck. If we're lucky, we'll cut the stone. Whoever cuts out the treasure inside will have the item. But cutting the stone wasn't free. Everyone who cut the stone had to give an item to this man. If they didn't cut out any treasure, the item would not be returned. This man was really good at doing business. Once this method of trade was proposed, it immediately attracted the interest of everyone. Everyone secretly frowned, but at the same time, their competitive spirit was aroused. Divine sense detection didn't work, so no one could determine where the true treasure was on the black rock. They didn't even know what the size of the treasure was, and the black rock was 1 square foot. If the true treasure was the size of a grain of rice, it was unknown how many cuts it would take to cut it out. If their luck was bad, Even if everyone here went bankrupt, they wouldn't be able to cut it out. The northern militant man clearly saw everyone's worries and quickly said, "After a rock is cut, once it leaves the rock and leaves the nourishment of the treasure, the divine sense swallowing characteristic will disappear, and it will become a normal rock." As he spoke, he took out a long blade and cut off a small piece from the corner of the black rock. After the rock was separated from the rock, although its appearance didn't change at all, the divine sense swallowing ability had indeed disappeared. Seeing this, everyone's hearts became excited, and they all revealed expressions of eagerness. Lin Feng looked at the black rock and slightly nodded. "This is a lot simpler. We just need to cut it in half from the middle each time. This will greatly increase the speed at which useless rocks are eliminated, but if our luck isn't good, we will still have to cut it many times." The northern militant man gave a price. He knew that doing business like this was a bit against the rules, so he didn't ask for a high price for everyone to cut the rock once. Zhu Yi's expression slightly changed, and he took a step forward, but before he could speak, a black-clothed young man suddenly walked forward. He pulled out a blade and slashed at the black rock. The Hua clan's second young master, Hua Ming. Chapter 298. Hua Ming came up, and without saying a word, he directly slashed at the black rock. At the same time he slashed, he threw something to the large northern militant man. This was the bargaining chip that the large northern militant man had used against the Hua family to cut the rock. Zhu Yi's eyebrows rose, and he threw 5 sonic thunder great returning pills to the northern militant man. Then he unsheathed his sword, and with 2 slashes, he blocked Hua Ming's slash. All of a sudden, Hua Ming's murderous aura erupted from his entire body. His long saber surged with an astonishing amount of transcendence energy. It had already transformed into an incomparably vicious Azura World Devastator saber. There was no room for retreat. It was a powerful attack. Its target was both the black boulder and Zhu Yi. The aura of his blade seemed to want to split Zhu Yi and the black rock in half. When the others saw this, they all revealed excited expressions as they stared at Zhu Yi and Hua Ming. Everyone knew that the first person to make the cut might not necessarily be able to gain an advantage. It was very likely that it would be a gift to those who came later, narrowing down the choices of those who came later. The further one made the cut, the higher the chance of success, but it was also very likely that others would beat them to it. At that time, it would be too late for regrets. This stone-cutting transaction, other than gambling on luck, was mostly a test of everyone's mental fortitude. He couldn't keep his cool, and neither could he be indecisive and overcautious. Zhu Yi and Hua Ming might have understood this, but the two of them had simultaneously chosen to fight for the position of being the first. This was a battle of mental momentum. If the first cut was not successful, they would bid a second time. But before that, they had to first win momentum and put pressure on the minds of others. Facing Hua Ming's blade, Zhu Yi's expression was calm without the slightest change. His self-created sword of change changed again. With 2 slashes, one was the Ken sword of water, and the other was the DUI sword of water. The Ken was above, and the DUI was below. There is water above the swamp, temperament. A gentleman controls several degrees to discuss virtue. There is water in the swamp, but the flow is limited. If there is too much, it will overflow outside the swamp. Therefore, there must be temperament, which is why it is called temperament. Only with temperament could one stay new. Only with temperament could one be stable. Only with temperament could one be perfect. Zhu Yi's trigram sword Dao firmly restrained Hua Ming's Azura World Devastator blade, which was full of murderous intent, making it impossible for him to take another step forward. Hua Ming stared intently at Zhu Yi. Just as he was about to change his move, Zhu Yi had already retracted his long sword. With a slash, the black boulder was directly split into two. The left half of the rock instantly lost its original spirituality and turned into an ordinary rock. It could no longer devour the probing divine sense of a cultivator. Only the right half of the black rock still retained a strong spirituality. When a human's divine sense entered it, it disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. After Zhu Yi split the rock with his sword, he sheathed his sword. Silently, he stood on the spot with a calm expression. Hua Ming stared at Zhu Yi for a long time. In the end, he didn't continue to attack. However, he didn't use his saber to cut the stone. Instead, he sheathed his saber. The murderous aura around him converged. His entire body was like a bloody butcher's knife that had been sheathed. He no longer exuded any murderous intent. After losing to Zhu Yi, Hua Ming didn't get to be the first stone cutter. He didn't want to be the second stone cutter. There was no value in being the second stone cutter. It was better to wait until the next stone cutter was getting smaller and smaller. When the others saw that Hua Ming didn't continue to compete with Zhu Yi, they immediately revealed disappointed expressions. Those who were watching the show were never afraid of things getting out of hand. Many of them couldn't wait for Hua Ming to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He simply stopped cutting the stone and directly fought with Zhu Yi, starting a battle at the level of the golden elixir period in advance. However, some people with higher cultivation bases and better eyesight looked at Hua Ming with a more serious expression. Zhu Yi was one of them. Silently, he looked at Hua Ming and thought to himself, if it was his younger brother, Hua Chun, he would have lost face and attacked Hua Ming directly. However, that kind of person is nothing to be afraid of. This Hua Ming can control his anger and killing intent at will. On the surface, his murderous intent is awe-inspiring, but in fact, his heart is always calm. This is in line with the concept of the division trigram sword art. This person is a formidable opponent. Lin Feng looked at Hua Ming with a hint of approval in his eyes. If this Hua Ming doesn't die young, he will definitely become a pillar of the Hua family in the future, cultivating the Azura tactics and the Azura world annihilation blade that are filled with violent killing intent, yet he is able to control his emotions at will. This kind of temperament is rare. The Hua family members are ranked according to their strength. I heard that this Hua Ming is only ranked second among his peers. What kind of person is he? I'm interested. I wonder how he compares to Shi Xingyun, Jiao Junchen, and Tao Yao Yao. Golden elixir period cultivators were always the backbone of a large force connecting the previous and the next. The strength and talent of a golden elixir period cultivator often determined the future development potential of a sect. While Lin Feng was thinking, he saw that the group of people surrounding the black boulder, after Zhu Yi made the first cut, suddenly no one made a move. Although the price of one cut was not very high, if there was no result, then the chips paid would be equivalent to throwing away the water in vain. To be more accurate, if thrown into the water, one could still hear a sound. But if thrown here, there was a high possibility that there would be nothing, and it would be a wedding dress for the later generation. No one knew what kind of treasure was inside the black boulder, whether it was worth paying such a huge price and going through more than one cut. Everyone had no idea. If there was no result after a few cuts, then it would not be a tragedy, but a tragedy. At this time, a Celerita's sword sect disciple suddenly stood out, paying the chips without saying a word, and then chopping down with a sword. His idea was very simple. What if the stone embryo was very thin, but the size of the treasure inside was not small? Perhaps this sword could directly cut it out. If the size of the treasure was larger, then the earlier the knife was cut, the easier it would be to cut it out. But unfortunately, the final result disappointed him. The black boulder once again split into two. One of the pieces lost its spirituality and became ordinary stone, while the other still retained its original mysterious spirituality. At this time, everyone began to hesitate. The boulder only had a quarter of its original size left, but the previous two people all returned without any results, causing everyone to have many misgivings. Lin Feng faintly smiled. Right now at this time, perhaps it was the most awkward time. Going down. Every cut had the possibility of cutting out a treasure, but it was also very possible that he himself would fail, but help the later generation greatly increase their chances of success. This was the most tangled moment. Those who truly cared about the treasure. At this moment, the psychological pressure was about to reach the peak. Everyone present were all cultivators who formed the golden elixir, breaking through the threshold of life and death. Their willpower was strong and tenacious, but facing this kind of awkward situation at this moment, they all felt troubled. Of course, there were also people who didn't care. A purple sky path cultivator smiled and said, "It's not like there's only one chance to choose. What are you hesitating for?" He threw a bluish-purple crystal into the northern militant man's hand and then gathered mana, condensing it into a lightning blade at the edge of his palm, lightly slicing towards the boulder. The boulder split into two. The treasure still didn't appear. It was still a situation where half of the boulder was eliminated. That purple sky path cultivator smacked his lips, looking at the northern militant man who was the seller. "I say, fellow cultivator, you wouldn't have gotten a pure boulder to deceive everyone here, right?" The northern militant man snorted. "Just cut it. If in the end nothing comes out, then I'll return all the traded items as they were and also apologize to everyone participating in the spell gathering." "Good. It's good to have you say that." The cultivator from Purple Firmament Path smiled. After saying that, he tossed out another blue-silver crystal and prepared to make a second slash. At this moment, Huoming suddenly moved and took the initiative to slash the black boulder with his blade. The purple sky path cultivator raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled, and shrugged his shoulders, not stopping him. In the end, Huoming's blade still didn't cut out anything. Huoming slightly frowned and stared at the even finer black boulder for a while before suddenly turning around and leaving without looking back. The surrounding crowd was slightly stunned, and someone muttered, "What? He still wants to be the first to slash? I thought he would make a big move later. Who knew that he would run away after failing with one slash? His temperament is too bad." That's right, his mental quality is too bad. He retreated at the slightest setback. Someone at the side echoed. When Zhu Yi and the purple sky path cultivator heard this, they shook their heads at the same time. Noticing each other's actions, their eyes slightly lit up. It's not that Huoming can't take setbacks, but he gave up dejectedly because of it, the purple sky path cultivator said with a smile. On the contrary, he had a breakthrough in his mental state while judging the gains and losses in the previous round, and he broke through the bottleneck of his Tao technique. He left now to consolidate his Tao technique realm. Compared to a breakthrough in his mental state, the treasures here actually don't matter to him. Some of the surrounding people looked as if they had understood something, while some looked in disbelief. However, Zhu Yi nodded slightly at the side. That's right. He raised his head to look at the purple sky path cultivator and said seriously, "I'm Zhu Yi. May I know how to address you, fellow Taoist?" The young cultivator smiled brightly, and there was even a dimple on the right side of his cheek. "I'm Goulet of the purple sky path. Fellow Taoist Zhu, you're too polite." Zhu Yi nodded. "Fellow Taoist Gu, do you want to make the next slash?" Goulet smiled and said, "I don't calculate anything. I'm just doing what I feel like doing." As he spoke, the second slash had already landed. Unfortunately, there was still no harvest. At this point, the size of the black rock had shrunk rapidly. Everyone stared at the rock nervously, and the atmosphere in the air became more and more solemn, as if the entire space was about to freeze. Goulet didn't stop. He handed the third piece of blue-purple crystal to the burly northern militant man and made his third slash. Things don't happen more than 3 times. Goulet looked up at the sky and sighed. He shook his head and looked at the black rock that had shrunk to the size of an adult's fist. He smiled helplessly and bitterly. Looks like this treasure is destined to have no fate with me today. Zhu Yi smiled slightly and didn't say anything, but he still didn't make a move. Facing the black rock that had shrunk to a very small size, the others started to become restless. It was very possible that this slash could cut out the treasure.